Had a couple of series ending last night in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Toronto finally gets through Ottawa. They win 4-2 in Ottawa to win the series in 6 games. They move on to play the Florida Panthers in round 2 of the Eastern Conference playoffs. Vegas winning over Minnesota by a 3-2 score. Colorado 7-4 over the Dallas Stars. That series tied 3-3. Game 7 will be this weekend. The Oilers win over the Kings 6-4. And Edmonton moves on by that win. Tonight, in the Stanley Cup playoffs, just one game. Jets and Blues. That's at 8 o'clock. Winnipeg leads 3-2. In the NBA playoffs, the Knicks advance with a win over the Pistons. The Clippers even it up with the Nuggets with a Game 6 win. Game 7 this weekend for that series. The Rochester Americans winning last night 4-0 over the Syracuse Crunch. They sweep Syracuse in the first round and move on to round number 2. Devin Levi back-to-back shutouts in games 2 and 3 to win that series for Rochester. The Bandits are in action tonight against the Vancouver Warriors, game 1 of a 3-game series in the NLL playoffs. We'll have the game here on WGR. Pregame starts at 7, beginning of the game at 7:30 at KeyBank Center. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's Jeremy White.
It seems like for those of you that had old Nintendos, you pull the cartridge out, you blow in it, and you put it back in. Like, see if this works.
Yeah.
And Sneaky Joe DiBiase.
The PlayStation 2 memory cards were the same thing for me. It did somehow always work.
You never had a regular Nintendo, Josh.
No, I did. My first game system was a GameCube.
Old? What was I thinking? I ain't old.
The GameCube was not regular Nintendo. Let's talk about the actual first Nintendo. Boy, I could teach you guys some things about video games. I'm going to give you a phrase. You tell me if it means anything to you. Up, up, down, down.
On Western New York sports giant, WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. Happy Friday. It is Friday. Yes, it's Friday. It's Friday.
Yes.
Happy Friday.
Weekend.
The Leafs advanced.
They finally 2-13 now in elimination games.
Congratulations to them.
They did it.
Yeah.
Which is good, because I think
Friday.
that makes the next series more interesting.
Jeremy and Joe, the Leafs and Panthers.
Yeah. You can root for upsets all you want, but really, if the big team gets through, it is more interesting.
There's one other second-round matchup that looks interesting, and it's funny because, whatever, it's been a busy week with the Bills and the draft, and some of these games are on late. I felt like every headline I read was how Vegas could not handle Minnesota. And
they won in 6.
They just beat them.
Yeah.
And how the Kings were giving the Oilers a different kind of trouble. And they...
Well, I mean, and you can chime in if you want on this. That series was just, to me, the Oilers score 1 million goals, and they cannot get a save.
Right. Okay. Well, they're both through.
Which is fun.
Yeah, it is
and
true.
They are both through, right.
And now we have Vegas and Edmonton.
Yes.
Have we had that before?
No.
I don't think we've had that in the playoffs.
McDavid recycled?
That's right.
I don't think we've had that
I
in the
don't
playoffs.
think we've had that in the playoffs.
No, me neither. And then, meanwhile, Minnesota, did you see the stat on them this morning? The Minnesota Wild have become the first team in any of the 4 pro sports in North America to make the playoffs 8+ times in a 10-year span and lose in the opening round every single time. Like, the Leafs are kind of seen as that. Minnesota Wild, that's your team for this. They made the playoffs more than 8 times in 10 years and have not won a round.
Yeah, it's tough. Would you take that?
Different type of existence of misery than
different
than a Sabres existence of
I was
misery.
going to say, would you take that for the Sabres for the next 10 years? Or would you take an unforeseen outcome? Let's make a deal. Make it 8 times in 10 years, never make it out of the first round, or I'm good. Door number 2.
Door number 2, which is
door number 2.
Which could be I never make it.
That could be you make it 3 times. Could you make it twice? Could you make it 10? Door number 2. You have to take door number 2.
Unforeseen?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm taking unforeseen.
You have to take door number 2.
But yeah, because the thing is, though, and I'm assuming I don't know, like I'm going to make the deal and then I'm going to get the Men in Black thing and I'm not going to know that I made the deal.
Sure.
Okay. Because the first 2-3 times making it are going to be fun. are going to be really fun, right?
Oh, yeah.
Breaking the drought, and then they're going to go back, and then we're going to have good conversations and expectations and fun games and winning in the regular season. And then when does it really get really, really, really old? Is it year 5?
Probably. Well,
year 7?
Here's your question: when did Bills Chiefs get old?
After the 3rd time.
There you go. There's your answer.
Yeah.
Not to say this
football versus hockey.
Not to say this hasn't been fun and this hasn't been great. But
sure.
When does it get old? Maybe the 3rd time you lose to them.
Okay.
Be my guess. And in the Wild's case, it might not be the same team every time, so maybe it's not old. Anyway.
Right, yeah.
Tough one for the Wild. Tough one.
But good, because I'd rather see Vegas than Edmonton.
Meanwhile, on the Sabres front, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. We're here all day today, till 10. Sam Monson, Pro Football Focus, joins us at 9. I do have an idea to later today try to guess what on earth these Rivalries uniforms that they're going to be making could look like.
Yeah.
So we might spend some time with that. You want to start with Devin Levi, though?
Sure. Yeah.
The Amerks are through. They swept the Crunch.
Yep.
Levi had back-to-back shutouts.
Yep.
And we talked about Levi with Paul earlier this week. He's, can I say, amazing?
Yes, you can.
In the AHL, he is amazing.
Yes.
And there was an article this week, Lance from the Buffalo News, Lance Lysowski, writing that Lukin and Levi the most likely pairing for the Sabres going forward. And here he is, just dominating the AHL again. And I want to put all my eggs in his basket. That this profile reads like a guy that, in the right amount of time, should be here and should be good. He's dominant on the AHL level. Is that too far?
No, I don't think so. I think you could say he's been dominant on every level so far that is in the NHL. Sure.
And now that he's at the AHL, whether it's amazing or dominant or above par, what am I supposed to do with it? He's supposed to be here. He should be here.
Well, he will
next
be
year.
Yeah, he should be here next year.
Yes.
That's absolutely true. Like, if I could take away the how many NHL games has he played actually at this point? Is it 30? Is it less than that? 4? I don't even know.
It's not that many. I mean, it was 7 his first season, and how many last year was it? 2?
This past year, I thought it was a few more than that.
Okay, and then he got hurt the year before, and they played him through it.
He's played 39 games in his career.
39.
9 this year, 23 the year before, and 7 the year before that.
23.
Yeah, I mean, they began the year.
That's right.
Did he play the first 5?
Yeah,
he was the starter.
They leaned hard, yeah.
And they got hurt. So, if I could take away all those NHL games that he's already played so far, and I just evaluate the steps of development for a young goalie that was a top prospect, I have him dominating every step of the way, which would imply to you that eventually he's going to get to that in the NHL. Mm-hmm. That's not every time is that how it happens. I feel like Jack Campbell is a name in my head right now that was is
that a good name?
Jack Campbell's like a great prospect before the NHL, huge expectations, and he became a backup basically.
Yeah, right. He had a good sort of rocket up the charts as he was a younger guy, and then kind of he I think played a style that was a little more conducive to inconsistent results.
Okay.
Where Levi is a little more technical and play reading, and that should translate a little better. Campbell, to me, always felt a little more athletic and probably a little more inconsistent.
Okay, I have another name for you here that's taken this track. Is Dustin Wolf the right name?
That is
Calgary.
100% the guy that I think about with Levi every single time I think about
because Wolf is a 7th-round pick.
Exactly, and small.
And it took him a couple of years to bake in the oven, and then he's good.
Exactly, and he dominated in the WHL when he was down there, and then he dominated the AHL when he was there, and then they brought him up to the big leagues, and here he is.
And he's
awesome.
He had 18 games 2 years before this year, 18 games, and he had a save percentage in the biggest season he had under 900. So, again, there's a lot more than
before getting going this year.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot more than just save percentage. He shows up this year and he's 910, and he's a Calder Trophy candidate, right?
Like he dragged that Calgary team around because they were not look at that roster. It's not
53 games. Like, what if the Sabres got 9-10 goaltending for 53 games this year on a team that scored the way that they scored?
I'd almost want to say I'd expect them to make the playoffs.
I would.
Yeah, at least
the way
be
they scored
into the race until the last day of the season or 2 days of the season. But they probably,
Yeah, if I can get the freaking power play to do anything.
right.
But other than that, yeah, I would expect them to make it. That to me is the interesting part of this. He is so good right now, back-to-back shutouts, one of the top goalies in the AHL, and all the hype, that if we're right, that he is, and they're right, that he's going to be like a great number one goalie. Not even just like a starter in the league, but he's going to eventually turn into like one of the 10 best goalies in hockey. What that means to them. What that means to them year to year. Because part of them missing the playoffs all of these years is their inconsistency, right? And a lot of that's goalie, where one year you have good goaltending like they had last season, and then the next year, okay, I got to figure out the other stuff, and the goaltending will hold up, right? No, didn't hold up. And that's been true of almost every single goaltender. Actually, really has been true of every single goaltender except for Ullmark, and he got hurt all the time, since Ryan Miller's been their goalie. And if you could tell me that Levi's going to become top 10 goalie, and I've got him under contract, then year to year to year, I have this baseline that I'm starting with every single season.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna make the playoffs. I might not make it every year with that. It was Miller, wasn't it? Miller was every year you had a foundation that you were gonna have at least this good of goaltending. And sure, there'd be years where you'd miss the playoffs.
Yep.
Because just the rest of it wasn't good enough, but
I feel like he had
minimum.
He had one bad year too, but maybe
Miller?
maybe not in that bad. It's probably the floor, like you said.
Right, but your floor, your minimum is if I have a guy like that, then I'm at least going to make the playoffs. Like, what was it with Miller after Breer and Drury left? Two out of 4, 2 out of 5.
Yeah.
I'm going to make it a couple times.
And the two in between, they were not completely embarrassing. Like they were somewhat competitive.
Almost in. Yeah. Right, so that feels like your floor if Levi gets going. Like, I think the meaning of him developing into what the hype kind of shows is more important than any other player in their organization right now.
Well,
I completely agree. I think, especially in the league the way it is now with the goaltending, it all fluctuates so much. There's not a lot of guys that are going to be consistently 9-10 goalies like we talk about here. And if you can find that gem and you can get it locked in, and that's a consistent part of your team build, that gives you a leg up on, 75% of the league in terms of having the stability increase to then build out and know, all right, we know we can absolutely get 9 out of 10 shots saved a game. That frees up everybody else on the roster to do what they need to do, whether it's the offensive defenseman for the Sabres. I mean, you've got a lot of guys that want to do more on the offensive side of the puck, and I think some of that is stifled by we don't know what we've got in the blue paint right now.
And that's one thing where the Sabres have spent a lot of this offseason saying, like, well, we didn't play too well in front of him. They had the lowest high danger save percentage in the NHL.
Yeah.
You could say you didn't do a good enough job in front of him. You could also say whenever it broke down, it went in the net.
Right.
Like, worst in the NHL.
Exactly. And you need those numbers, those high danger save numbers for guys. It's not always a fair indicator of what's going on because you've got situations and they develop differently, and not all high danger chances are created equal. I'll tell you that. Like, some chances in that bubble, even though they're supposedly high danger, are not created the same as the others.
Yeah.
And so there were definitely times this season with the Sabres where they were putting a lot on UPL and Reimer, but there were also times where you, as a player, as a skater, look back and go, we need a save here, and they almost never got that. Mm-hmm. And you need that in crucial points of the season. It's more about those key points. You zoom in on one game, Colorado, right? The 4-0 blow. You need a goalie to make one of those stops and just stop the bleeding. And think about how much one save there could have changed the course of the rest of that season. Like, I don't want to get too micro on that.
Right.
But
yeah.
That's the reality of the position is the butterfly effect from you outwards is much greater than any other player has from their own position. You can dictate far more what happens in those games and where things go based on confidence and, obviously scores of games. It changes everything.
Isn't he much more likely to be one of their 2 goalies next year than Luukkonen is?
No.
Like, there's trade stuff about Luukkonen.
Yeah.
Friedman had that.
Really? That they're going to...
Friedman said that they were going to be... that he was available. And that they were looking for maybe a swap. Like to me... What would, if Kevin Adams is going to remain as the general manager, and at this point I believe he is, I mean, there's no announcement on that, but there's no announcement that he isn't.
Right.
So
I'm not sure there'll be an announcement of anything.
Right. So we're just going to keep going as though he's the general manager. What are the last 2 big trades he's made? And what are the types of trades he's been talking about now for 20 months?
He's been making swaps and hockey trades.
Yes.
It's Byram for Middlestad.
Yep.
It's McLeod for Savoy. It's Cousins for Josh Norris.
Yeah. He's making trades out of his core for the same position. Right. Well, not in the Middlestad Byram trade swap, but if I've got Friedman talking about Luukkonen, and I mean even Adams, you know, he gave you the token question answer when he was asked about it at the presser. Like he wasn't as, you know, when he got asked about Luukkonen, he did in the goaltending. He did say he would look to make the team better. You know, he opened that door at least a creak. He didn't just say no, Luukkonen and Levi are our goalies next year, and he could have, but he didn't. And Friedman's talked about it, so would that be his big idea for the summer? He's got to have one, right? He's going to be under pressure, and this team's got to make the playoffs. You've already made your center swap. You're not trading Dahlin or Thompson, so pick a guy from your core and go make another hockey trade, and to me, the guy you would do that with is absolutely Luukkonen. And I've already got a teensy bit of smoke that already kind of implies that is maybe where he's headed.
He has had a good season in the NHL, so the Sabres might be afraid of getting rid of that because, again, like they have to shop in bargain bins or trades, right? You're going to trade for somebody else's goalie that has had a rough time that is also $5 million. Like, how's that going to work? Are they going to eat salary in this potential Luukkonen trade? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, he's on the roster, and the idea of somebody taking his salary and term on his contract to me sounds unlikely, but if Friedman says it's there, then I've got reason to trust that.
Yeah, I think it's tough. Like, I think it's warranted to think we want to move off of that and try something new there. But I think it's like systematically in the league, a tough trade to make. And like you're not going to find a lot of teams that are looking to make that bet on a guy. Like the teams that come to mind for me are like Vancouver.
Yeah.
Like Demko's always hurt. Do they want to take a shot on a guy? They're kind of in a middle ground. Like
that's the Norris trade, isn't it? Right. That is, you've got a young guy who's looked good 1 year and has promise, and I'm going to swap him for another guy who's definitely better, but I've got a big injury concern to look at.
Exactly, and I don't know that the Sabres want to take 2 of those risks going into this year. That seems scary to me.
How many times am I going to forget Josh Norris exists?
You're going to their highest paid forward, yes, and probably their number 1 center on paper going into next year.
I'm going to forget about him 100 times. They traded Cousins. Who'd they get? Right.
Jacob Bernard-Docker?
Right. Norris, who never played, which is unfortunate because that could have been a nice little boost for the Sabres, like pushing next year about what they have and why people should believe in them.
For context on the Friedman thing, by the way, it wasn't like the strongest, quote ever. He said, there are teams, this was on April 19th, there are teams who believe that Luukkonen could be available. Whispers around the league that teams that are looking for goaltenders, that he may be the guy who could be out there.
All right. Well, good luck to Kevin Adams on that one. We'll see. Again, if he's the one making the decisions. Our phone number is 803-0550. We expect that to be the case. 1-888-550-2550, the Emirates Advance. And Devin Levi, again, is spectacular for them. Another shutout. They swept Syracuse. They go on to the next round. In the NHL playoffs, we don't really have any sort of keep an eye on this guy because he's going to win the cup and embarrass the Sabres, right? Like Cousins just got eliminated last night.
Yep.
No Cousins. You've got Toronto, Florida, which means half of Florida's roster again. Maybe not half. But
a lot of those guys are gone now, aren't they?
Right. It's Reinhart.
Montour's gone,
it's
and Poso's gone, and Reinhart, and then Rodriguez is still there.
Right. Reinhart, basically. But Washington, Carolina, nothing really there. You've got Eichel again. Eichel v. Skinner, if you want that.
Yeah. Although Skinner, wasn't playing every game.
He's not a big contributor for Edmonton.
No. He got his streak broken. He made the playoffs. He played a playoff game.
Now he's out of the conference semifinals.
I think he played game 1, and that was it.
There you go.
So he only played game 1.
Wait, is this like...
He had an assist, by the way.
Was this a ceremonial, let him play game 1, and now he's out for the rest of the playoffs?
Ooh, that would be tough.
Was there a ceremonial, Jeff Skinner's never made the playoffs, and they gave him the opening face-off, and then just like put him on the bench?
Oh, man.
How many...
Yeah, I think they might have.
Really, that might be it.
I mean, he had a point.
Yeah.
He had an assist in the game. Listen, if that's the only playoff game he ever plays, playoff game, 1 point. I mean, he might want to retire.
I mean, he had a point and they took him out.
He's like, I'm going to go out on top here.
I think he was a -3. I saw, or
Yeah,
maybe it was
minus
worse.
two. Minus two.
-2. Okay.
I think he was was he on the ice for all 3 goals, but he didn't get a minus.
That
for
might
something.
be right. I mean, how much of that is on him and Stu Skinner?
Not that this guy is the same thing, but I think he also lost his spot to Evander Kane, who returned after not playing all season from injury.
Gotcha.
That might be part of the reason why, and he's probably more built for playoff style hockey. It would be Eichel though, wouldn't it? Eichel winning a second time.
Sure.
Is the only, because everything he would win, the embarrassment of you traded away your best player and he won without you. If it's now, well, he's won 2 without you.
Sure.
And then if he's won 3 without you, it'll depend how many he wins. But
isn't that whole thing over, though?
I think so for the most part.
It's over.
I'm saying it could get fired up again if he wins again.
I guess.
Or if he goes to the finals.
I have almost never felt that. Like, the year and the comments he made when he came back, I was hot. But after that, you're in Vegas. Go be Jack Eichel in Vegas.
All it would be is just more evidence that the plan out of the gates with him was you got to have a center that good to be able to win the Stanley Cup, and more evidence that, he was always good enough to win the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
You got to have a great team, but he was good enough to be the best player on a cup-winning team.
The only thing that could be different is we're watching the handshake line here. He scored last night on a breakaway, Eichel did. A big goal on the road in Minnesota. The only thing that could be different is if they win another one and he wins the Conn Smythe this time, because
Marchessault won it last time.
Yeah, I mean, Eichel had a good claim to it, but Marchessault did win it.
Yeah.
And then you'd have, O'Reilly and Eichel both winning it. But again, I do think you've still got your fans that are going to want to go and boo him when they come to the building, and that's fine. That makes total sense. But the idea that it's salt in the wounds, like you're talking about salt in the wounds of the nerve endings are already dead. It does just whatever. Who cares? I've got my own front porch to clean up over here. So I'm going to mix a lot of metaphors here, but I'm not going to. I never worried about it. It never hurt me, the idea that he was going to win there. I fully expected him to go there and be successful. You wanted the Sabres to come out of it even, looking good, going in the right direction, and I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But they're on to the next round. And Edmonton-Vegas is a heck of a series.
Yeah.
I guess my only thing would be, who coached Team USA, by the way, in the Four Nations again? Help me remember.
I know Bill Guerin was the GM.
Cooper and Sullivan.
Okay.
That might be right.
Because the U.S. lost when they stopped matching Eichel against McDavid in that game.
Sullivan was the coach.
Yeah, because Eichel was against him for a good chunk of it, and then Matthews started to draw because Matthews, he's great too. And, they lost that tournament.
The staff was Mike Sullivan, John Tortorella, John Hines, and David Quinn.
All right.
I don't know where I grabbed John Cooper from. That's Canada.
Canada was the
803-0550. Carl in Minnesota. We got a call on Devin Levi. Let's go for it. Hey, Carl.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just wanted to weigh in on what I feel is like the mishandling of Devin Levi so far at the NHL level. At least he came in at the end of the season that he left college and played great because he was in game shape. He had played a whole season. The next year, Granato started the year with him. I think he played 4 games in 6 days, and they got him injured. And Granato said after the last game, he said he wanted him to feel the grind. What grind is there at the beginning of the year? I don't get that. And this year, I thought he was set up to fail with just the spot starts. So he gets a lot of criticism for his NHL record, and I think he's been a lot better.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Carl. Isn't Levi one of the things that whenever we talk to Paul what the Sabres have done the last couple of years, they put guys in roles they're not ready for, and they don't have enough of a veteran presence, and that started to turn a little bit here with your Zuckers and Greenways and the guys of that caliber, and that what Levi needed was just a little bit of time. They put him in that one season when they're trying to make the playoffs because it was working. Ride him into the ground. It's the end of the season. He's in form. Let's go. And then after that, it was trying to recapture that lightning in a bottle, and then that never came back, and they were pushing it too hard.
Yeah, I think they were going off of what they saw at the end of his first year, where he came in and was, the push that they needed to try and make a run. And I don't think I agree with the game shape point like that. Levi, knowing what I know about him, I know a couple of people that speak very highly of him. He works way too hard to ever be out of shape, to not be able to play 4 games in 6 days. I think any, really solid goaltending prospect would want that and welcome that. But I think that they were, exactly, trying to catch that lightning in the bottle because they saw it the year before. And you can't really try and do that with him because he was too young. He had come off a great season at Northeastern, and you've got all that momentum that can make up for a lot of sort of inefficiencies or shortcomings of your preparation in the NHL. If you're sort of ramped up at that level, you can make up for the lack of experience, but that doesn't last through a whole summer into the next season. Like, you can come in and feel great, feel ready, but you need to let him cook in the AHL like they did this year.
Yeah. Listen, a lot of that was it is kind of amazing looking back that, one, he was able to get into the net in the first place, right? They were pushing for the playoffs. There were only 7 games left, and the kid that had just played college hockey the week before
was their best option.
Was like, we got to put him in. This is where we're at. And then the next year, to have him be the plan as the number 1 goalie, listen, off those 7 games, it was a little bit more defendable, but it was always a long shot. I think that him at that age and that experience was going to be able to play. But I mean, I wonder what in their perfect world they were hoping for going into not this past season, the year prior.
Him to
play 50 games,
to be 40, to be one of the very, very rare guys to show up and be that young and be good.
Right, and that was a lot to ask. And I've pointed out his numbers weren't as bad that season as you think they were. At Evolving Hockey, his goals saved above expected, like per 60 or whatever, he was 20th out of 72 goalies.
Yeah, and they've lived a lot lower than that.
This past year, he was definitely bad, but the year prior, he wasn't as bad as you think.
803-0550. We're not going to spend the whole day on the Amherst and Devin Levi, but they did win last night. He had a shutout, and the Amherst are on to the next round. Of course, we'll talk plenty of Bills. We got to talk about the schedule, which comes out now in 12 days.
Mm-hmm.
That's exciting. These new uniforms, if anybody has any ideas, I mean, I don't know that, fabric design is a radio topic we've hit too often. Or it's not even probably the right word or term. But the Rivalry's uniforms, if you've not heard about that, it's going to be interesting. It'll be something for everyone to love, hate. So we'll talk about that as well. 803-0550. I also have a list of 7 landing spots for Amari Cooper, if we're going to keep an eye on him. And I would just advise Brandon Beane to not read it. It's at NFL.com from Adam Rank. Anyway, go ahead. 803-0550, our phone number here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Russell's Tree and Shrub Farm. When you my name might have been Jerry if my dad had his choice.
Really?
Yeah. He wanted Jerome, and my mom wanted.
All right.
There we go. Why not?
Yeah, I've got something on this too. So go ahead.
He wanted Jerome, and I think my mom wanted Jeremiah. And they're like, all right, well, Jeremy. That's how it came to be. He wanted Jerome. So I was almost a Jerry.
Almost Jerome.
Almost.
Yeah, Jerome goes to Jerry every time, right?
I was almost a Jerry.
Okay.
And my mom called me Jeremiah all the time, no matter what. Whenever she's mad at me, not only mad, but she called me Jeremiah a lot. But the tone that was used on Monday would have been a Jeremiah kind of tone at me.
Okay.
That would have been a Jeremiah if GM wants to use that next time.
Yeah.
Jeremiah.
If my dad had his way, at least this is how it's been told to me, my first name would be Bruno.
Jerry and Bruno.
Jerry and Bruno. Yeah.
I like it. What's wrong with Bruno? We don't talk about Bruno. There we go.
I don't know. I'm glad. I'm good with Joe.
You don't want to be a Bruno?
I'm good with Joe. No, not necessarily.
Well, if your name was Bruno, your life would have changed when Encanto came out, the way that my life changed when Pearl Jam's Jeremy came out. And I saw that video. I thought, well, this is now people are going to say this to me for the rest of my life. So I've got some Bills of last year, the receivers they had last year. So Holland signs with the Bills for 1 year, 2.6. That was it.
Yep.
2.6 for Hollins, which is about, half of what Elijah Moore has signed for. 1 year, 2.6. And Hollins lived in that neighborhood for a while. His previous contracts were 2.5, 2.6, and then now in New England, his base salary is like 4.2. So Holland's got a nice little raise, and the Bills were not willing to pay him that 4.2. And if I'm being honest, Elijah Moore is a better idea than Mac Hollins.
Yes.
I think he's a better receiver than Mac Hollins. And I think Elijah Moore has the potential to be better than Amari Cooper was last year. So does Josh Palmer. The Bills have, for $15 million in the form of Palmer and Moore, probably upgraded a little bit. So whatever. There's a lot to get into with regard to all of it. It's been a week. I mean, we've had a week, as evidenced by the existence and the coining of the Jerry and Joe show, courtesy of, the shouty shows. But the Bills have made a nice move here. A move that we talked about before the draft. He's probably the best of the UFA ideas out there, better than Keenan Allen, a better idea than
bringing Cooper back.
Yeah, I think he's I thought he was the best of the free agent ideas on buy low and see what this can become. 1 year, up to $5 million. He's young. He could parlay it into something. It could also be a Mac Hollins situation where he plays really well and they decide not to sign him, and we're kind of back in the same boat. So,
right.
This reminds me of a Beasley Brown kind of signing. It reminds me of a Mac Hollins signing. And to the larger point on what they do at this position, if they want to do it this way, where, hey, let's keep finding guys on other teams that we think are better than their production. And let's keep taking hits at that. They could absolutely shine a guy up. That is kind of what they did on Diggs' side, but that was obviously a much higher level. That was, this guy's really good, really good. We think with us he can become great.
Couple of series ending in the Stanley Cup playoffs last night. Toronto winning over Ottawa. They move on to play Florida. Vegas wins the series over Minnesota to move on to play Edmonton as the Oilers beat the Kings to move on. The only series that didn't end last night, Avalanche tied up with the Stars. Game 7 will be on, I believe it'll be Saturday at 8 o'clock. Yes, Saturday 8 o'clock for Game 7, Colorado and Dallas. And the NBA side of things, the Knicks move on. They'll play the Celtics in round 2. The Clippers tied up with the Nuggets. Game 7 this weekend. The Amherst win over the Syracuse Crunch, sweeping the series 3-0. Devin Levi had back-to-back shutouts in the series. Also, the Bandits are in action tonight. Game 1 of their playoff series against Vancouver. We'll have that game with the beginning of the game starting at 7:30 here on WGR. 7 o'clock for pregame. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Left wall for Pouliot, hesitates, slips his way down low to the corner, back up high for Geekie, walks to the middle, fakes, nearly stumbles, gets it toward the net, save, rebound, it gets behind Levi, a scramble in the crease, and the whistle blows.
Devin Levi and the Amherst on to the next round. There in Rochester, a sweep of the Crunch. Levi back-to-back shutouts. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Friday. Some weather coming in this weekend. The Derby, we're going to do our 9:30 Derby segment with Nick the Railbird from Batavia Downs to tell you all about what's going on at Batavia Downs. We'll get an official morning show bet. We are going to ask him to try to include the horse named Owen Almighty. As long as he doesn't get scratched, then,
there was
somebody else.
Rodriguez, I saw, has already been scratched.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know who replaced Rodriguez, but
good question. If there's somebody
a new name in the field, I believe.
There's somebody ready to go, ready to launch.
Yep.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Give us a call if you want, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 here on this Friday. We opened up talking about the Amherst and Devin Levi and the Sabres' plans for the net going forward, whether or not Levi and Luukkonen, and also continuing to wait for the Sabres to make any sort of announcement, if there even will be one, about the future of their front office. I don't know anybody that expects a big change. Elliot Friedman, his report was there will be changes, but he doesn't know how big or small. That could be like an assistant coach or something like that. So it's another Friday and just kind of, waiting for anything with that regard. So
yeah,
if anything comes along, of course, you'll hear it here on WGR. We'll go to the phones, though. Mark in Chicago is first up here in this next segment. Hey, Mark, good morning.
Good morning. Hi, guys.
Morning.
A long-time listener. Haven't had a chance to call because just very busy, but I wanted to just talk a little bit. First off, it's nice to see the Amherst succeeding, but it seems like we often seem to focus on the Amherst success more than we do on the Sabres success. So I know it's difficult as a hockey fan. Back on the Bills front, one thing I wanted to kind of bring up, and I heard Sal on your show talk about it a few days ago, about the infamous call and so forth, and that maybe Beane was just protecting his guys. And I have kind of a theory on that I didn't hear anybody bring up this week. I work in like a Fortune 50 company, and anytime you have some huge projects or a long-term thing that you're doing, you tend to have some sort of I'll call it a celebration or a recap afterwards. So my kind of theory and the way I think Beane was very aggressive with you guys was I think he may have said, okay, we've been working all weekend, all year toward a goal. We got there, take Sunday off, enjoy your family. And then Monday, let's do a recap, come in the office, talk about what we learned, what we could have done better, etc. So my guess is he probably had a bunch of scouts sitting in an office at One Bills Drive, even listening to the show, and they may have come to him and said, hey, we don't feel like people are giving us the due we should get. And I think it's a defensive mechanism, obviously, but it makes me really wonder how much of this is more just him just kind of feeling like they put this whole year worth of work in, and the first thing they're hearing, not necessarily that that's what you said, was kind of negative, I'll say. And I listened to your show. I heard a few callers calling about the wide receiver piece, but I highly doubt that that's what Brandon actually heard before he was on the call. I think he heard something from his scouts, and then he just kind of used that as motivation to talk the way he did to you guys.
Sure. Thanks, Mark. Maybe.
The more interesting thing is that because that wouldn't be new to him. That wouldn't be new to any general manager in the National Football League, that you would, especially for what there wasn't even criticism. It was more of a question about how he operates at a position. How many GMs in the league would wake up the next morning if they turned on the radio and heard some form of criticism of their draft?
Well,
it happens every single year to a lot of general managers. That's not the interesting part. Isn't that he would have disagreed with it? It's the energy and the anger that he kind of took to it, because that's the unique thing that you don't almost ever see from any general manager in the NFL. That's what's interesting about it.
Yeah, that really is what made it happen. Was just the presentation. If he had just said, whatever, it does not go where it went, really, at all. It doesn't go viral. People don't treat it like how it was treated. Mark, I think what's Sal's theory about protecting his guys is an interesting point, and I think it makes sense. The only problem with it is that the draft is where you take players to replace guys on your team. And the Bills took a defensive tackle, two defensive tackles. They took a corner, and they took a defensive end. A.J. Epinesa might be out because Landon Jackson is in.
They took a guy that has the Cam Lewis skill set.
Right.
So it's like, he's Cam Lewis 2.0.
It's to some degree, it's one of the questions I asked of Joe Marino when he was on with us. Like, which Bill had the worst? It was on the show, the show that Joe and I do on Mondays and Thursdays. Like, which Bill had the worst weekend? And he said A.J. Epinesa, probably, because Landon Jackson might be coming for that guy's job. And, Michael Hoyt. And
did he say Dane Jackson, too, had a bad day because the numbers at corner now are suddenly like...
Right.
There's a ton of guys.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, we could try to get inside of Brandon Beane's head, and... we've probably done that to a great degree and probably too far. I just end up thinking throughout this, pretend there wasn't an argument. And whatever. I don't know. We've talked so much about it. I appreciate you bringing it up, Mark, so I'm not upset. Someone will be mad that we're talking about it, but that's okay. It's very, 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 very simple to me. They wanted a receiver, and they didn't get it done, and down there's disagreement about whether or not that's okay. Mm-hmm. That's what happened. They were going to get one. They were trying to get one. They planned to get one. They would have done 20 mock drafts. They probably got one in 17 of them. And they wanted one, and they didn't get one. And because they didn't get one, they signed Elijah Moore, who looks like a nice player. It's a nice safety net. It's a nice backup plan.
And you also would probably count on being able to make an impact for you without seeing the guy in training camp. You would count on Elijah Moore making an impact more than you would a fourth-round rookie.
Yeah, and maybe Beane felt that, where, I was listening to Joe Marino again, who talked about the way the board fell. Once you got to the fourth round, it was either going to be the Deion Walker pick or it wasn't going to happen. Right. And that has happened to the Bills a couple times. This is, if you're always picking 30th, and this is another thing. Beane talked about this before the draft, about how you're picking as late as we are. It is a thing you earn. That's a good sign you're picking that late. But, man, it's got to be frustrating. Imagine, well, you know how it is. You really want someone. Think about your own fantasy draft. I know it's not fantasy football, but you draft 12th in a 12-person league. You might really want somebody. Like, guess what? You're not going to get them. Sorry. You can't have him.
Right, because the guy at 7 picks him 3 spots higher than he normally goes.
Yes, and you've done all your mocks. You think, my God, this guy's going to slide to me. And he doesn't. Yeah. And that happens 7 years in a row. Yeah. You can go back to the Bills drafting James Cook when they traded down twice. Why do you trade down? Because the board doesn't fall for you, so you try to pull some more out of the board by moving down. What happened in the Worthy draft? Worthy and Coleman. Why did they trade down a couple spots? Well, because the board probably didn't fall. Maybe they thought that these 3 players would be there, and all 3 got scooped. And if that happens 10 times in a row, you're probably annoyed by it, but you do the best that you can do and come out with good players and feel good about it. And then when somebody says, how come you didn't do the thing we all thought you were going to do? The answer you don't want to give, because you're not allowed to give this as an NFL GM, is say, we got scooped 10 times. Instead, you just say,
right,
it didn't work out. We got what we liked. And, that all does make sense. I kind of, joked a little bit in the first segment. There's an article at NFL.com, landing spots for Amari Cooper. And I clicked on it because I thought, come on, no way, right?
That they'd be listed?
No way. No way will the Bills be listed.
Because I wouldn't list them if I were doing that article.
7 landing spots for Amari Cooper. I just wanted to see, I'm a glutton for, it's Kevin Patra, senior news writer, NFL.com. Amari Cooper landing spots. Number 1, Dallas. Okay?
Yep.
Number 2, Arizona. 3, New Orleans. 4, Philly. 5, Vegas. 6, Jets. 7, Bills. And what does he write about the Bills?
Mm-hmm.
The Bills have shown little interest in bringing Cooper back after last year's disappointment. But hey, they could still use some wideout help, even if saying that aloud brings the ire of Brandon Beane. And then he writes, the Elijah Moore signing doesn't change that. Cooper already knows the offense could continue to build chemistry with Josh Allen after sporadic play. If Beane was willing to trade draft assets for Cooper during the season, couldn't he consider bringing him back on the cheap? And I've always thought that was a possibility they would bring him back on the cheap, but right now it looks like it's not that cheap.
All right.
803-0550. Thanks, Mark. Thanks for the phone call. Brian in Canada before the break. Hey, Brian.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Just one thing I haven't heard a lot of people talk about with the whole off-season approach, focusing on defensive heavy draft. Is there a possibility that there wasn't the same confidence in the defense last year to get a stop, and it maybe affected the way they played on offense? Adding Josh Palmer, a guy who separates, adding Elijah Moore, a little bit of speed. They think that maybe they might have a bit of an offensive change in their approach to the game plan now, where they may let Josh take a few more risks, maybe push the ball downfield, and they have the confidence that they can get the stop when they need it. So if it doesn't work out, they've got the ball back instead of, 4 or 5 yard passes, screen passes on their last drive of the year. Maybe they actually go out and try and win something.
Right. Thanks, Brian. Yeah, I think sometimes complementary football as a phrase gets thrown out there, and we think about it as run and pass. And McDermott means it from a standpoint of how the offense and the defense mesh together and playing all 3 phases. And he's never happier. Well, I shouldn't put this on him, but when watching post-game speeches, when all 3 phases have made a play, isn't the head coach that's when a coach is the happiest, because he gets to celebrate every player. We did it together. That's complementary football. Love that. So That might be right, that what they've done will change the way they play offensively as well. It's funny, like yesterday I saw a stat that the Eagles and the Chiefs versus the Bills and the Chiefs, the Eagles got as many stops of the Chiefs in the Super Bowl as the Bills have in the last 4 playoff games, which says a lot. And one of the things that has come out of this, and you and I will have to just deal with this for the next, I don't know, eternity. Someone took that graphic and tagged you and I and said, but you guys hate the defensive draft. Like, Beane has, made headlines. He's also convinced a lot of people that we hated the draft, which I guess is fine. You don't have to care what we think about the draft. But as soon as that game ended against the Chiefs, my feeling was, I can't believe they can never stop this guy. I can't believe
no matter how good their offense is.
Right, their offense is not even good, and you still can't stop them. I mean, it led to questions about McDermott for me, and the offseason being about Garrett and Crosby and Hendrickson. And I want to play you something. Maybe we'll do this at 7 because I want to get enough time to flesh it out. Matt Beauvais caught up with Sean McDermott and asked him about the draft. And McDermott's answer was good. And, do we read between the lines too much on things? Possibly. But McDermott's answer, I think, was very interesting because he is, I don't want to go too far on this. He's just kind of living with Brandon Beane, and they're trying to do this thing together. And what he said about all of their defensive draft picks, the way he said it to me was indicative of the blame game down there. Like, who did this? Why is the defense bad?
Why is the defense bad?
Why is the defense the problem?
The first time they've really had a bad unit, by the way.
Yeah.
If I can just put special teams aside for a second. It's the first time they had a arguably bad unit in how long? When's the last time they had a bad unit?
Yeah.
Was it the 2018 Bills offense? Like, it's been years.
It's been a while. Special teams had a couple bad years.
That's why I like it, putting them aside.
Sure. All right, 803-0550. We'll play that McDermott clip top of the hour. Matt Beauvais asking McDermott about the defense. And it does lead to the question, like, why was it bad? Let's ask about that. Let's discuss it. 803-0550. Why did it need so much correction? Jeremy and Joe on WGR. The question itself, grateful or upset?
Right.
Like, are you more great? When you think about this time, are you grateful or upset? 803-0550. That was their conversation yesterday. I heard this question and I loved it. Because my answer is, if there was a slider, 100 to one side, 100 to the other, grateful or upset, where am I? This may come as a surprise to some of you. My answer is 100 to 0 grateful. It's not close. I want to even go so far as to say, I'm not upset. Maybe I'm not upset enough because I'm so grateful. Sure, we talk about how they could be better. What could they do? Let's get to these games. And then we get to those games, and when they win or they lose, I am eternally grateful for living in this era of the Bills. I think the drought brought me to a land of course I want them to win the Super Bowl. It would be the greatest thing ever. But you can't get me to even tick that slider more than 5 points to the upset side. Upset? When they lost to the Texans, I know people were devastated. I came in the next day, I'm like, I'm so happy to have been a part of it. It was a playoff game. And the AFC Championship games, I mean, listen, losing to the Chiefs is getting old. And I'm getting annoyed at them, the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And, yeah, there's frustration involved, but it is not close for me. The GM can get mad at me for wanting receivers, and we can argue with each other about the value of guards. But at the end of the day, I work in the place where we watch Josh Allen do magic things, and I think back to the people that watched this team in the '90s. Sure, other people can walk into the room and say, "Oh, 4 straight Super Bowls," and that hurts to lose those. But are you crazy? You have to have lived through that. That's the point. You never get guaranteed championships. It's why anytime anybody asks me, Would you want a championship? If I can never know that I'm going to get one. The whole idea is the chase. The whole idea is, will we ever get there? Will they ever do it? It's the most dramatic television show there is. It's a community, unifying experience, and we're all on the ride together. And I am endlessly grateful that we have a good era of football to talk about. All right, so to that point, the Patriots. I don't think it's a spicy take to pick New England to finish second in this division. Maybe they don't get there. Maybe they do. They are playing a last-place schedule. And I did a real quick, this isn't Howard picks the Bills, Jeremy picks the Patriots. This is just, I picked, look, all right, what can they do?
Yeah.
And I think I casually got to 10 for the Patriots.
Casually?
Casually. You want to do it real quick?
Sure, yeah.
Is 10 the right number? All right, hold up your 10 fingers, count them down, knock them off as you want. Everybody out there at home. Can the Patriots get to 10 wins?
Okay.
All right, in the division, how many are they going to win?
In the division?
In the division. Jets
They're
and Dolphins.
They're going to win 3.
3, okay. The number is 7. Browns.
Win.
6. Falcons.
Where's the game?
New England.
Win.
5. Giants.
Win.
4. Panthers.
Yikes. Win.
3. Steelers.
Where's the game?
New England.
Man.
You don't have to do it. I said I casually got there.
Win. I don't like Pittsburgh this year.
2. Raiders.
Give me the Raiders.
Okay.
The Raiders could be
still got to find 2. Titans.
Win.
Saints.
Win.
Done.
Man, I don't like that. That felt too easy.
Did not get to. I left out the harder ones because the order matters. Bengals, Bucks, Ravens. But 3 in the division, like I said, a casual. I don't think 10 is nuts for them. I don't think it's nuts at all.
I guess you're right. I mean,
last place schedule.
None of those. They'll lose to a couple of those teams, but they also might mix in a win or 2 against the harder ones. So
and they're going,
maybe it evens out.
They're going from a coach that I think was overmatched to a coach that has won and has been pretty good.
I mean, it's all for them going to be
Drake May.
How well have they done to surround Drake May?
Right. Put up a Twitter poll just moments ago. Interested to see the results. And we'll talk about it. We'll hear from Sean McDermott, who spoke with Matt Beauvais yesterday. Play a clip from that and then ask this question. The near universal belief that the Bills' defense was a problem last year is likely due to both, but which is the primary reason it was not good enough, personnel or coaching?
Mm-hmm.
And you can vote in that. I think I know what will win. I'm interested to see what the number will be. So we'll check in on that. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. You can give us a ring. You can also get the WGR VIP Golf Pass at getmyperks.com. It's a $129 to grab that, and you get golf all over the place. A gift card to Rick Zurek Golf Warehouse, Destroyer Park Golf. That's kind of a cool thing that's going on. You can get Diamond Hawk, Shamrock Hills, Bobolinks, Atticus 10th Hole, an Aura Golf Dojo, and a box of Encore golf balls. All of that for the price of $129 at getmyperks.com. The WGR VIP Golf Pass. I think you can golf today. Dodging raindrops. It's not going to.
Look outside right now.
It's going to rain every day this weekend, but it's not going to rain all weekend.
It also poured last night.
It did.
So, you could. I don't know how enjoyable it will be.
Get some drainage. 90-degree cart rule or car path only. Maybe.
It's going to be an opportunity to use that hour at Golf Dojo.
That's right.
Really this weekend.
You could. All right, so the answer to that question, the Twitter poll, how that trends, your calls on that as well, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Also, a couple callers on Devin Levi and the Sabres we'll get to as well. Levi and the Amherst shut out Syracuse in advance to the next round of the Calder playoffs. Jeremy and Joe with your phone calls when we return and the results of that Twitter poll, and Sean McDermott on his defense-heavy draft.
And then, meanwhile, Minnesota, did you see the stat on them this morning? The Minnesota Wild have become the first team in any of the four pro sports in North America to make the playoffs 8+ times in a 10-year span and lose in the opening round every single time. Like, the Leafs are kind of seen as that. Minnesota Wild, that's your team for this. They made the playoffs more than 8 times in 10 years and have not won a round.
Yeah, it's tough. Would you take that?
Different type of existence of misery than
different
than a Sabres existence of
I was
misery.
going to say, would you take that for the Sabres for the next 10 years? Or would you take an unforeseen outcome? Let's make a deal. Make it 8 times in 10 years, never make it out of the first round, or I'm good. Door number 2.
Door number 2, which is
door number 2.
Which could be I never make it.
That could be you make it 3 times. Could you make it twice? Could you make it 10? Door number 2. You have to take door number 2.
Unforeseen?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm taking unforeseen.
You have to take door number 2.
But yeah, because the thing is, though, and I'm assuming I don't know. Like, I'm going to make the deal, and then I'm going to get the Men in Black thing, and I'm not going to know that I made the deal.
Sure.
Okay. Because the first 2-3 times making it are going to be fun. Are going to be really fun, right?
Oh, yeah.
Breaking the drought, and then they're going to go back, and then like we're going to have good conversations and expectations and fun games and winning in the regular season. And then when does it really get really, really, really old? Is it year 5?
Probably. Well,
year 7?
Here's your question: when did Bills Chiefs get old?
After the 3rd time.
There you go. There's your answer.
Yeah.
Not to say this
football versus hockey.
Not
but yeah.
to say this hasn't been fun and this hasn't been great. But
sure. Yeah.
When does it get old? Maybe the 3rd time you lose to them.
The Rochester Americans are on to the next round. They sweep Syracuse in the AHL playoffs, winning the series in 3 games. It was a best of 3. Best of 5, excuse me. Devin Levi had back-to-back shutouts, including one last night. To the Stanley Cup playoffs, Toronto moves on, winning their second series in as many years, beating Ottawa 4-2 and winning the series in 6. The Vegas Golden Knights move on, beating the Wild. The Oilers move on, beating the Kings. So it'll be Edmonton and Vegas in round 2. It'll be Toronto and Florida in round 2. The one series that did not end last night, Colorado wins 7-4 over Dallas. That will go to a Game 7 on Saturday. In the NBA playoffs, Knicks win over the Pistons. They'll play the Celtics in round 2. The Clippers even it up with the Nuggets with a 111-105 win. Game 7 will be on Saturday as well. In lacrosse tonight, playoffs for the Bandits. Game 1 at 7:30 at KeyBank Center. We'll have the game here on WGR with coverage starting at 7 o'clock for pregame. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
We always look at our entire roster and we survey, hey, what do we need, right? What do we need to win? What do we need to go to the Super Bowl? What do we need to win a Super Bowl and a world championship for this community? And in this case, we were pretty down in terms on the defensive side compared to the offensive side, and felt really good about offensively where we were at. We were able to add Joshua Palmer to the receiving core early on in free agency. And quite honestly, our numbers were down, just sheer numbers on the defensive side. So we're always looking to improve our team any way we can and feel pretty good about what we came out of the draft with.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott speaking with Matt Beauvais. Sheer numbers were down, happy with what we came out with. One thing about all this, put a Twitter poll up and would expect it to lean the way that it has, which is, the defense was down last year. What's the primary reason for that? And we could actually dig into that further. What's the number one reason the defense was down? Personnel, coaching/scheme, or if you want to go even finer, pass rush, or you could say third down defense. But why was the third down defense bad, right?
Right.
I think the number one answer could be a number of different answers that people out there have. If you want to give us a ring on that at 803-0550. But being there, our sheer numbers were down. They had spent a couple picks in a row with their first pick going to the offense, right? Dalton Kincaid, Keon Coleman. And maybe that's one of the reasons that the Bills' defense started to drift a little bit is that transition, Joe. They didn't have the top end. We're talking blue chip talent. The idea is to go for blue chippers to fill in the holes when Hyde and Poyer left and Trey White became not Trey White. I mean, Benford really stepped into that spot. But,
yep, that's right.
It kind of fell apart a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, where were the areas they were bad? The third down defense, whenever they would kick into a lot of man coverage, especially, right, like at the end of the year, that became evident. Is it athleticism? Is it you just didn't have it? One thing they got a lot of credit for, having to rely on it might be the reason. What's something that this defensive staff gets credit for a lot, and rightfully so, it is they coach guys up that were not highly picked, like Cam Lewis over the years and Jamarcus Ingram and DeMar Hamlin. I mean, really, that's a lot of the answer. Look at a lot of the players that are, especially in the secondary, that are being asked to play roles. There are a lot of undrafted guys and later picks. And I think when you have a defense full of guys like that, you're just not going to be as athletic. You're not going to have as many of the tools, maybe, as some of the stud high picks are going to have. So when I see that they're bad on third down, and I see Kansas City pick them apart when they wanted to play man coverage last year, knowing that Elam was one of those guys, and that's not true of him. He is the tools guy that didn't work out. I feel like it was an athleticism problem. And it was a problem that they had just had too many of we coach this guy up to be responsible and know our system. You said too many of those guys playing at the same time.
And they did coach him up.
They did. Like all of those individually. Cam Lewis as an individual story for the Bills is a good story. So is Ingram even. And so is, Benford is a great story. Hamlin is, of course, there's other layers to him. But him playing as a 6th-round pick for 2 different years is a good story. But their lack of blue chippers and lack of top 100 talent guys. I mean, part of it is on defense. You've got a lot of players that are punching above their weight.
It's a little bit like, as we've talked about this, do we talk about receiver? Yes. But this offseason, it's been talking about safety and defensive tackle quite a bit. And
corner.
Sure,
corner.
but just in terms of what they've tried to get.
Oh, okay.
Like they have drafted a bunch of corners. They've tried to get a bunch of corners.
Right.
They spent a first-round pick on Elam and Benford's that same year.
They traded for Douglas.
Yeah, like they've
made investment.
They really invested in. If we're looking at it, and this is one part where Brandon Beane is correct, you can't invest in everything. But we get to look at what you have spent your time on. What do you spend your money on? What do you spend your draft picks on? And Bishop, he's their first safety pick since Hamlin, right? And that's a second-round pick. I don't think there's another pick in there at safety. That's because they.
But I think if you're not right, then maybe there's one guy missing.
They had Poyer and Hyde. But what we saw from safety and from defensive tackle as this thing started to drop down a bit. Like Taylor Rapp is a guy they brought in for cheap and then re-signed on a very modest deal. When we were talking about whether they could do something in the drafted safety, it was about how Rapp's a nice player. They've coached him up. And then defensive tackle was the other spot where, man, that had been years of being borderline neglected. Mm-hmm. You think about the guys they had in free agency at defensive tackle, and it is just scrap heap. And last year's safety room was a little bit of that as well, with Mike Edwards being the guy they signed. They bring him in, and we thought he would start, and he never played. He left before ever playing. So it is a point about this coaching staff has coached up a defense, and now what this draft does is maybe give them some better horses to work with here. Whether that's Landon Jackson. Speaking of Landon Jackson, Brett Coleman, Underdog Fantasy, and the Bootleg Podcast has a lot of great film stuff. He just did a series where he picked one player from every team's draft class. Mm-hmm. Who will be the biggest impact player of the draft class? And he picks Landon Jackson for the Bills to be the biggest impact player they've got. Power on the outside, he'll make a difference for them in the way that they play. So horses for McDermott. Hopefully, coach him up the way you coached up this last unit, and we'll see what the results are.
Isn't it fair to say though that a lot of the coaching up is like all the players that I reference and you have are in the secondary?
Yeah,
aren't they?
They coach up the secondary,
which is McDermott's background, right? Is the secondary, whereas the defensive line, the thing that Beane's invested the most in on that side of the ball, has been more of high picks that, have been good, but nobody has really turned into. What did you even ask this question earlier in the week? Who's exceeded expectation?
Yeah, somebody brought up the point. What draft pick has exceeded their draft status?
Because I've got a lot of people in the secondary that have exceeded their expectation.
Benford,
Benford has, and some of the undrafted guys we just talked about, and others. Who on the defensive line has really exceeded their expectation? I think you have a hard time finding an answer to that question. They're good players, but Ed Oliver is a top 10 pick. Greg Rousseau is very good. He was a first-round pick. Maybe he has by a little bit, but it's different, I think, from that position grouping versus the others. And that's the position group that, like when Beane is talking to Tyler Dunn yesterday, and there are these comparisons being made to, like, okay, what do you want to really pull from the Eagles and pull from what the league is right now? I mean, Beane says there in that article yesterday, like, I want to go get Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, and Joe Burrow. I want to get after those guys. And that's easier said than done, but that's the thing they've been trying to do for the better part of 6 years, and they really still haven't been able to do it.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. If you want to join us, give us a ring. It's still draft chatter. Still looking back. Any other free agents out there that could fill holes? I don't know. Elijah Moore was one that was...
He filled one of the last holes left, I think.
Yeah. And he kind of stood out like... We'll talk about a draft board. Like, this guy was sticking out on the board. I thought Elijah Moore was sticking out on the UFA draft board. Keenan Allen's another one you might think he might find a spot eventually.
But he was way less of a fit for here.
Oh, for sure.
Older and slot. And
for sure. They don't need a guy in the slot right now. Moore does a little bit of that with some vertical slot, of course, but he has outside stuff. So it was just a much better fit.
Yeah, I don't see anybody on the free agent market to me that it is any longer needed. What would be the position? What's the position where you feel like the Bills need one more guy? I thought that was receiver, and they got their one more guy.
Yeah.
So
you might say safety, but they signed Derek Forrest on a cheap deal, so he's been in the league. He's this year's Mike Edwards, is he not? A guy that's played for $1 million.
Yes. So look, right, another replacement level safety doesn't make sense. They don't need another veteran corner. They've already done that. And even like defensive line, I mean, they're totally done there. The numbers, there's so many numbers now at that position. That is the position I just kind of went through. Like, they haven't been good yet on the defensive line. They certainly are trying again. They've thrown a ton at that position. All 12 of those guys can't be on the field at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, it is going to come down to 2 or 3 of them, Sanders or Bosa or Hoyt or, Deion Walker, Landon Jackson. It's going to take 2 or 3 of those guys becoming better than A.J. Epinesa. It won't just be good enough if you just added 6 A.J. Epinesas. Somebody's got to pop on that defensive line for all of this to come together and work.
803-0550. Mike in Charlotte. Hey, Mike.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, good discussion. In fact, I responded to your Twitter poll. I'm actually the idiot that missed the fact that you put both in the question, and I'm like, hey, where's the option for both? But that aside, I answered personnel is the issue, and as I'm sitting here driving, I'm wondering if it might be more coaching, and I'll say this specific to the defensive line, because I think if you were to really boil it down, I just don't think we've gotten enough clearly out of our defensive line, both on the edge and on the interior. And I'm curious to your thoughts on our ability to develop players at that position. So hear me out for a second, right? Like we've had a track record, I think, of developing in the secondary, certainly at safety, at linebacker. But I think we struck out on the defensive line, and even Ed Oliver to some extent. I mean, as a pick coming in the top 10, he's not lighting the world up, at that position. And I look at guys like Poona Ford and Tim Settle, who came here, couldn't get it figured out, couldn't get on the field, go somewhere else and have maybe better success. So with all of these young guys defensively, we can crap on McDermott all we want, but I just wonder, do we have the horsepower to develop players from a coaching perspective at those positions? Because if we don't, it doesn't matter what this draft, looks like on paper. We're not going to get the most out of these guys looking forward. So just curious your thoughts on that.
Yeah, Mike, the other thing about that, thanks for the phone call, is the timeline. Like, when will we expect, or when should we expect TJ Sanders to be a big-time difference maker? And it's something we got into a little bit earlier in the week, where Dwayne Carter was a guy that we talked about this with Jerry O yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, Jerry Ostrowski was on the show. How Dwayne Carter came in, and he was the third-round pick the Bills got when they moved up from moving down in the Worthy trade. How early on it was, look at this guy. Nice pick, great spot. And then it kind of just drifted away by the end of the season, maybe a little bit like Keon Coleman, where whether it's rookie wall or it could be a lot of things, but by the end of the season, they didn't feel like they could play him. So each player's on their own little journey, and can they develop guys, and do they have what it takes to get those right players in? Sometimes the expectation is a guy shows up and is amazing in his first 5 games and then disappears. Sometimes it takes a year for a guy to get there. Remember the legend of Kiko Alonso? Mm-hmm. Kiko Alonso was, 5 games, 4 interceptions, second place defensive rookie of the year, and then how quickly did he become kind of a punchline?
Well, I mean, he never played for the Bills again after that season. Right? It was rookie year, and then
trade for McCoy.
Did he get hurt first and then get traded?
That's a good question.
He missed a season with an injury. I think he was still here when he missed a season, and then they traded him.
He tore his ACL, and then the Bills traded him.
But either way, he never played for the Bills again after that rookie season.
Which was a heck of a rookie season.
And he didn't become legend of Kiko Alonso would have been, this is going to be like one of the premier linebackers in football for 10 years, and instead he went to Miami, got dogged by rookie Josh Allen.
Right. Yeah. But why do we think that about him? Because there were splash plays. He got the ball back.
Right.
He made plays.
Right.
And then from there, nice career.
Yeah. There's this obsession about them building this defensive line too. Like, they did it on the offensive line.
Yep.
Could it be a coaching thing on that side of the ball? I mean, how they operate, how they kind of the usage rates at that position. I mean, Aaron Cromer's credited a lot with, right, like coaching up the offensive line since he came here a couple years ago, and that lines up with their production, right? He gets here, they throw a little bit more at the position, and Spencer Brown gets healthy, and boom, there you go, one of the top offensive lines in football with the right coach and the right personnel. The defensive line, I don't know, like, tell me about their defensive line coach. I hear Aaron Cromer's name 10 times more than I hear about their defensive line coach. I always hear about and see the numbers on how they constantly rotate at the position. And that's even an exercise in you just don't have guys that are clearly better than the next level. You know what I mean? Like, how much of, hey, nobody plays more than 52% of snaps on the defensive line isn't just that they like to rotate at the position. It's that you've never had an elite player. You never had TJ Watt.
Right.
Where, this guy's playing 90% because, what are you talking about? I'm going to take 30% of his snaps away and give them to Javon Solomon. You know? Mm-hmm. So I think defensive line, maybe I would want to blame both a little bit, but more so personnel.
Does Von not count, or does Von's 8 games show that that's what that would do? Because Von's 8 games before he got hurt was watching a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
He would have 8 sacks in 8 games. And here's one thing you can do. And if you want to do this, you got 5 minutes today.
8 sacks in 11 games.
8 sacks in 11 games before he tears his ACL.
Yeah.
Okay, 8 sacks in 11 games. That's on pace for a 12, 13 sack season.
Yeah, roughly.
The funny thing about that, maybe not funny, but you got 5 minutes today, you know what you should do? Go search Von's highlights from that season.
Mm-hmm.
Because not only did he have 8 sacks in those 11 games, and this is where your point about, the blue chipper versus what do the coaches do to try to develop these players into great players.
Mm-hmm.
They were all game-changing plays. They were punching the ball out in New York against the Jets. That's the game. It might be the game that they lose to the Jets that year. They've got some stupid Jets losses in there. Or do they win with a comeback? But either way, Von is making third down stops and getting the ball back, and it is just routine. Did he have 2 sacks against the Rams in that opener?
Yep,
close.
He's the guy who chases Mahomes out of the pocket and when he throws a pick in Arrowhead.
Yeah,
and they win that game.
He
should have been the closer when remember what is it? Is it 4th and 22 for Jefferson?
Yes,
against Cam Lewis.
Yes,
Justin Jefferson. Why is it 4th and 22? Because on 3rd and 10, Von got to the quarterback.
Yeah,
and that should have been another game he won for them.
That's right.
It became the dumbest loss you've ever seen.
Yeah, there's some players that are so good.
They were all important plays.
There's some players that are so good that they're going to fit in any scheme. And when they signed him early on, that played out. And maybe if you were someone that didn't love that signing because of the age, maybe you thought he's going to get hurt, it won't last, and of course it ultimately didn't last. If he had not, how about this?
But what are the odds they're going to have that again this year?
Oh, you'd have to find somebody, maybe get a little lucky. I mean, Von's a 2nd overall pick. He was supposed to be that his entire time. That's not a surprise.
Well, that is what Bosa's supposed to be.
That's right.
He has not had the career that Von Miller has at all. Even when he's been healthy, he's been great. But Von was like one of the premier pass rushers ever. But that's why all these rookies on the defensive line, I respect that they're trying to build it, but I do wonder what kind of impact it could have in 1 year when you're relying on a lot of that to be rookies. But the guy at the top for this plan, for at least 2025, is you do have a former top 3 pick that has had Pro Bowl seasons, that has had double-digit sack seasons, and you just got to know if he's going to be on the field or not. Because if he is, wouldn't he be the most likely answer to, I've got a guy this year that's going to be doing all that. He's going to be making game-changing sacks at the end of games and pressures that force picks, that Bosa's the most likely player for this. 100% he's the most likely. Everyone else is a rookie. Except for Hoyt. I guess Michael Hoyt's not a rookie.
Right.
But he's suspended for 6 games.
Rob in North Tonawanda. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Hi, good morning, guys. I was listening to you guys earlier about Devin Levi and that. I look at a lot of similarities between him and Ryan Miller's early career in that. Because I remember, how we started Ryan Miller in a couple of games before, and after his college career, he struggled in that. But then when we sent him down to Rochester, at least with the lockout, at least he had a chance to even start a lot more down in Rochester. But you notice that after his time in Rochester, it was like he became amazing. He became, where we could make Marty Baron expendable or Mika Norton expendable, and where you could put like a veteran backup in that. And I do like Levi, watching him, like, since he started here. It's like he's in position. He seems like more calm under pressure, and where it seems to me with Luukkonen, he's just, I like his game, but it's time for him to move on from him.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it is different. Yeah, the Miller-Levi comparison is there. The thing about Miller, though, is he didn't become the starter until he's 25 years old. So you got the patience for that? Because Levi's 23. And sometimes it takes that long. Allmark didn't become the full-time starter until he was 25.
Would Miller have done it at 24 without a lockout?
Probably. Okay, yeah.
Maybe.
Probably. Right, he didn't have that opportunity. He had played 18 games before 05-06, and it didn't necessarily go well. In the 800s for save percentage, which is what Levi, I think, is for his NHL career.
Right.
So, no, I mean, what that is the right comparison in that just because Levi's played 30 NHL games and they haven't necessarily gone great, I don't take I don't take that as any discouragement that he's not going to become a top starter in the league. So,
803-0550. Thanks, Rob, for the phone call. 1-888-550-2550. Fifth-year options around the league. I had a stat of the day on the fifth-year option, and a small note that the Cowboys did not pick up the fifth-year option for Kaiir Elam. They traded for him.
They had the opportunity.
They had the opportunity to pick up the fifth-year option. They did not.
Yeah. I saw a long list of guys that didn't get picked up. I also saw reshared the so Cole Strange, the guard from the Patriots, didn't have the fifth-year option. And the video clip of Sean McVay belly laughing when the Patriots picked him in the first round.
Where was he picked? What number pick?
He was He was in the 20s.
Okay. I have a stat of the day for you. Let's get to the stat of the day because it's about the fifth-year option and something we think about the draft. And this is also going to be something...
29, by the way.
Perfect. He fits right into this. This actually, Elam was taken 25th. They traded up 25 for him. 23rd, okay.
I got from that year. 23rd for Elam, 25 for Linderbaum, 27 for Devin Lloyd. Strange.
Linderbaum,
29.
we went over yesterday, is a case of the offensive lineman fifth-year option being bad for centers. So there's
Lewis Seen 32, by the way, also.
Okay, safety Lewis Seen. There's going to be some noise in this, but, and I wonder if we'll eventually get to this spot, because heading into most drafts, we did this. The Bills are picking at 30. Will someone want to trade up to 30? If there's a quarterback, they could take the quarterback and get the fifth-year option. And Warren Sharp put this out. So every year the talk is the end of the first round, teams will come back in to get a fifth-year option on a player. Now, the way that works, for anybody out there that might not know, it's just this. Your first-round draft picks are under contract for 4 years. You can take an option to have it be a fifth year. Mm-hmm. The Bills... They did that with Rousseau. Then you can re-sign him. Mm-hmm. Or they didn't do it with Rousseau. They could have done it with Rousseau, right?
The fifth-year option?
Are they?
Yeah, the last year they did, didn't they?
Okay, that's
he was going into his fifth-year option season, and they signed him before he even got to it.
That's right. He never played on the fifth-year option. Sorry, let me start again. After 3 years, you decide: are you picking up the option for the fifth year? The player plays the fourth, and then the fifth-year option is there. But sometimes you negotiate that away.
Right.
For instance, next year the Bills will have a decision on Dalton Kincaid. Does he play on the fifth-year option? Do you give that there as a placeholder? It's kind of like a mini franchise tag for your draft picks.
Yep, for your first-round draft picks.
Yes, first round only. Anyway, Warren Sharp. Since the creation of this, the fifth-year option, 12 years ago, there have been 59 players selected between 28 and 32.
Okay.
There's going to be 1 year like a voided pick in there, so that's...
Okay.
31% of the players picked 28 or later get a fifth-year option.
That's it?
That's it. 31%.
That's not a lot.
Yeah, you're less than 1 in 3 chance if you're a guy taking 28th to 32 to get your fifth-year option. Again, there could be a couple different things in here why. It could be because teams take positions that are a little less savings on that.
Right.
Maybe they sign them, but I found it interesting. It was only 31% because we do treat it quite often like it's, you have this advantage built in. You're going to use this, right? And players right there are not likely to get the fifth-year option.
Yep. It's less than I thought. You still do have the option, though. You still do have, and 31% means that it does happen. Versus, of course, the beginning of the second round, it would be 0% because you just don't even have it available to you. But the point about the position, that's why Tyler Linderbaum didn't get franchise tagged.
Right.
He's great, but the center thing costing 20. And that will be, when we have this discussion more so as the season plays out and after year 3, that will be part of Kincaid's debate on that, is that his position, I don't have the number in front of me, but I'm pretty sure tight end, isn't tight end one of the more affordable positions for fifth-year option?
Probably.
Because the salaries are lower for that position group than for a lot of others.
Yeah.
It's still top 5 for the position, but it's not like Kittle just got the most for a tight end. Isn't it like $19 million a year?
Yeah, it's not as expensive as some other positions.
No.
It's catching up. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Sam Monson of the Check the Mic podcast coming up at 9 o'clock, talking some draft classes with us. He had some interesting things to say about the Bills and their model and what they're doing on offense and how it's worked and how it might continue to work. So we'll talk about that with him at 9 o'clock here on WGR.
And then, meanwhile, Minnesota, did you see the stat on them this morning? The Minnesota Wild have become the first team in any of the 4 pro sports in North America to make the playoffs 8+ times in a 10-year span and lose in the opening round every single time. Like, the Leafs are kind of seen as that. Minnesota Wild, that's your team for this. They've made the playoffs more than 8 times in 10 years and have not won a round.
Yeah, it's tough. Would you take that?
Different type of existence of misery than
different
than a Sabres existence of misery.
Say, would you take that for the Sabres for the next 10 years? Or would you take an unforeseen outcome? Let's make a deal. Make it 8 times in 10 years, never make it out of the first round, or door number 2.
Door number 2, which is
door number 2.
Which could be I never make it.
That could be you make it 3 times. Could you make it twice? Could you make it 10? Door number 2. You have to take door number 2.
Unforeseen?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm taking unforeseen.
You have to take door number 2.
But yeah, because the thing is, though, and I'm assuming I don't know, like I'm going to make the deal and then I'm going to get the Men in Black thing and I'm not going to know that I made the deal.
Sure.
Okay. Because the first 2-3 times making it are going to be fun. Are going to be really fun, right?
Oh, yeah.
Breaking the drought, and then they're going to go back, and then we're going to have good conversations and expectations and fun games and winning in the regular season. And then when does it really get really, really, really old? Is it year 5?
Probably. Well,
year 7?
Here's your question. When did Bills Chiefs get old?
After the 3rd time?
There you go. There's your answer.
Yeah.
Not to say this
football versus hockey.
Not to say this hasn't been fun and this hasn't been great. But
sure.
When does it get old? Maybe the 3rd time you lose to them.
The Amherst sweep Syracuse to move on to the next round of the AHL playoffs. Devin Levi, the star for the series, 2 shutouts in a row in games 2 and 3 to complete the sweep. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Maple Leafs get through the Senators. In 6 games, they'll play Florida. In the next round, Vegas wins the series over Minnesota. Edmonton wins their series over LA. And the other result from last night, Colorado over Dallas. Game 7 will be on Saturday. In the NBA playoffs, the Knicks move on to beating the Pistons. They will play the Celtics. In lacrosse, the Bandits start their playoff run today. Game 1 against Vancouver is at 7:30 at KeyBank Center. You can listen to the game here on WGR. Pregame starts at 7. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
He's a veteran player that had a successful college career, ended up in, I believe, 2 places in the NFL, experienced some success. We see quickness, we see football ability. Now it's, hey, let's get him into our building, our culture, our environment, our offense, and see what he can do.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott on Elijah Moore, the newest member of the Buffalo Bills. Still haven't seen the guaranteed money on that, have you? Not that it's going to be
I haven't seen it.
Huge difference. But 1 year, up to $5 million for Elijah Moore. So this rivalries thing, we'll get to a call here in a moment. If anybody wants to throw this at us, here's what I would ask. What do you think this looks like? The NFL and its new rivalries series. The Bills and the AFC East is part of it. The AFC East is part of it, and the NFC West. Every team, the NFL and Nike announced a uniform and gear for fans called rivalries. It was announced during the draft, part of what happened in the chaos of the weekend. The designs have been brought to life by pulling inspiration from the history of each market and the aspects of the community that only that team's city embodies. The uniforms will be included in each of the team's uniform lineup for the following 3 years, adding to the existing alternate uniforms they might have. So for the next 3 years, you're getting a 4th jersey, I guess we'll call it a 4th jersey, because teams have their throwbacks or they have their alternates. Other teams will participate in future years. I'm, by the way, really glad the Bills are in on this.
Yeah, me too.
Because, first off, I hope people like it, but just did something new. A rivalry series, a uniform out there. The uniforms will be revealed before the first rivalry game, with the designated games also to come after the schedule release May 14th. So the program includes a variety of accompanying apparel for fans. So the schedule comes out in 12 days. Then the rivalry games will be identified, and we'll be able to say, that's the game the Bills are wearing this new uniform that we've not seen yet.
Right.
Or however it looks.
Which, by the way, it'll be the first new uniform we've seen since what? The red one?
Okay.
Like brand new. You know what I mean? Even when they went back to their current uniforms in, when did they do that? 2011? 2010?
So the first one since Color Rush. And then before that is 2010?
Well, again, that doesn't really count because they just kind of refired up a jersey they had worn in the 80s, right?
Right,
Kinda,
with a slight change to the blue, maybe?
Like the last thing you got something brand new?
Yeah, brand new.
Like the Slug. Honestly.
The Turd Burger.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah.
I forget about that one.
I had forgotten about that one, which is a good thing.
That's a quote. That's a direct quote.
Yeah.
Oh, well, NHL got reverse retro a couple times. Don't forget about those.
That's right.
We've got reverse retro.
But is this going to be reverse retro where, like, in a way the Bills are, like, you're wearing a standing Buffalo hat today. Like, is they going to do something with the standing Buffalo? Are they going to be reaching into their past for this? Or are they just making up something?
It's a great question. It's rivalries. So
embodies your city. Like, are you messing around with the logo? Maybe are they going to do our idea of like the all brown like bison buffalo uniforms with like the fur on the helmet?
I don't think so. Does that pull inspiration from the history of the market and aspects of the community that only that team's city embodies? Try that on. Anybody you want. 803-0550.
What is that?
Somebody try that on. What's an aspect of the community that only the team's city embodies? So an aspect of Buffalo. that's only Buffalo. I feel like people are cringing and saying, please don't put chicken wings on my
That's exactly
Please
what I'm
don't put
thinking
chicken
right
wings on my uniform.
I don't want a chicken wing uniform.
Please don't put blue cheese on my uniform.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't think that. Listen, the NFL is not a league to do that kind of stuff, right?
That's minor league baseball.
That is minor league baseball.
Yeah.
The NBA is a league that has lots of different ideas, artistic designs.
Yeah.
To me, that feels pretty far down the road for what the NFL will do. The NFL, what do they ultimately do? The thing I keep going back to is, what is our Boston Marathon? Because the jerseys for the uniforms for the Red Sox, for their City Connect, what were they? They were the Boston Marathon colors. And they're wearing blue, and you got a yellow hat with a blue B, I think. And it's whose hat is that? Oh, that's the Red Sox City Connect jersey.
Right.
It connects the team to the city. No other blah blah blah.
And the NBA does this a lot. I've mentioned the Miami Heat do their Miami Vice uniforms. The Utah Jazz have like the mountain colors,
the gradient.
Kinda, the gradient.
Yep.
Right. So I'm looking for the Bills version of that.
Yep. So looking at a couple of these. The Chicago White Sox, what do they do in their City Connect? They basically turn their uniforms into Chicago Bulls jerseys. And the Colorado Rockies did one with a sunset design. I mean, like they're when Major League Baseball did this, they did completely different colors. Washington D.C. nods to the city for the Nationals. A stylized W surrounded the outline of the Capitol Dome, and the city's grid in the tones of American denim. Okay. Right.
I love some of the descriptions sometimes of the best parts of these new uniforms and how far they go.
Minnesota, the Twins.
Yeah.
They opted to pay homage to the entire state instead of a city. A ripple effect design. The blue uniform, a nod to the more than 10,000 lakes throughout Minnesota. The pattern refers to the ripple effect with subtle shifts from dark to light, similar to waves in a lake. Meant to represent how the watercolor gets darker the deeper one goes.
Who did that one? The Twins?
That was the Twins.
Okay.
Like the land of 10,000 lakes.
I want to look at that because the way that's described, I had an idea in my head for what they might do, which would be something to do with Niagara Falls. But not saying they're just going to put a waterfall on the... But that, like that. There's going to be, whatever they do, there's going to be some description of, well, this design, like, undertone in the uniform. Like, you see this in soccer uniforms a lot, right? Where there's, like, a texture to the jersey that's, but, like, it's, you kind of got to stare at it to see it. That they're going to have some ripples through the pattern of the jersey, and it's going to be, oh, this is because of Niagara Falls. That's why we did that.
Detroit, Motor City. What did they do? Electric blue, prominent through the uniform, innovation across the auto industry, city and team, tire treads, racing stripe, and VIN honors Detroit's signature export. Like they made the patches look like a VIN number.
Okay.
I guess that's what I'm reading here.
Okay.
There's another one that I liked. Toronto. They did a night mode uniform. Toronto across the front, inspired by a design by Nathan Phillips Square in the heart of the city. The T on the cap is a nod to the pillars of City Hall. So, again, I think the baseball jerseys are a lot farther down the line what the NFL will do. But we're 12 days away from knowing what game these new uniforms will be debuted in.
And their opponent will be wearing one too, right?
That's what
no, we don't know that.
It might be that. I don't gather from the actual release if it's each wears it in its home game.
Or if they both wear them at the same time.
It says the uniforms will be added, including each of the team's uniform lineup for the following 3 years, adding to the existing alternate uniforms they might have. So does each team, do the Bills wear it against the Dolphins and the Dolphins wear it against the Bills in their home games? That might be it. I'd imagine it's definitely a home game because you're going to want to sell it. The gear is available.
Right.
803-0550. Mike in East Aurora. Hey, Mike, what's up?
Hey, I had a thought on the, I think that Buffalo identifies with the blue-collar nature of the Bills, and we always talk about it. So what about a uniform that is inspired by construction workers? So, the helmet is kind of that yellow construction hat and, the blue work shirt. I mean, if we're going too far, you design the spikes to look like Timberland boots, and, heck, maybe even the trainers, when they come out, they have Lunch Pal-looking training boxes. Anyway, I'll listen to you off the air.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, all right. That's a little minor league baseball, but blue collar, steel plant.
I think I'm looking at a graphic right now of all the NBA City Connect jerseys from this year, and a lot of it does just end up being pattern, I feel like.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, listen.
We've got these ideas floating around in our head. Like, I don't even know what the caller just said that made me think of this, but like, they're going to do something with snow. They're going to do something with snow. I don't know how crazy you want to get with that. I mean, I've got the NBA one in front of me. Look at the Pacers, like the side of their jerseys and like the pattern that they put on the side of it. They actually had that on their court this year. I don't know if you saw any of their games.
What is that? That's like a splatter gradient kind of look.
Kinda, yeah.
Is that for race cars?
I think that might be right. So again, like it could just be like a pattern that you're implementing into your jersey where like you could figure out a way to say, well, this is a snow
Could it be
inspired pattern that we now have on the sides of our jersey or even on the front or the logo or whatever.
Do you remember however many years ago when they had a special edition hat for every game? And they had a snow hat and a chicken wing hat and a denim hat with like a belt buckle on it.
Yes. Yeah.
And a lot of cool hats. I've got a bunch of those actually. Is there a design here, Joe, as you say this, where it's blue, but it's got a gradient that makes it look like a blizzard?
Right. Yes.
That kind of thing.
Yes. That's what I'm thinking about.
And you play Miami in December and you wear the blizzard.
Yeah.
I mean, they have...
And it's like white and like that, like that ice blue kind of color.
Okay.
And those are like the two colors that are the jersey.
Yeah.
And the logo.
And the stripes are the color of windshield washer fluid. And on the pants are snow brushes. I don't know. I feel like there's no bad ideas here.
How about just a snow brush logo?
Or a lot of bad ideas.
Go all in on
Yes, the Bills logo, except the red thing is a snow brush.
Absolutely. That needs to happen.
A scraper.
Yep.
803-0550. Jordan in North Carolina before the break. Hey, Jordan.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm definitely thinking red helmet. I hear a lot of people asking for it, fan-wise, and that would be cool with a white buffalo. And then I definitely like your theme on the snow. I think that's a good idea. My one question for you guys was, I know I want to wrap up your week. I want you guys to reflect on it, but putting you guys in the spotlight and the national attention, Jerry and Joe, like, this week has been absolutely ridiculous. And I just have to ask you guys, like, has it changed your, like, attitude this week, coming into work, talking? Like, has it kind of woken you up a little bit, or is it kind of like, this is what happens, this is our job? Get your reaction on kind of your...
Thanks, Jordan.
Love you.
Thanks, Jordan. Two things. I would say one thing, and we said this kind of the next day, which is this kind of stuff used to be more normal, but NFL teams are really buttoned up and don't kind of let that out like Beane did on Monday. So it's maybe, I don't know if it's new for a lot of people, but yeah, it drew attention. The number one difference is that now more people are being mean to me. That's pretty much it. That's it. Like,
right.
How's your week been? Like, a lot more people that I've never heard from before are telling me that I'm terrible. That's the biggest thing. Which sometimes that's part of the day-to-day.
Yeah.
But now it's just like, a lot more of that. So, but new fame, I don't know. Not really. The biggest difference is friends in high school text me like, hey, I saw you on ESPN. Cool.
Right.
Red helmet is a good answer here, though. Red helmet,
well,
this is a way to get to the red helmet. And listen, if you remember what they said about the red helmet before, it was that it didn't really match anything they were going to wear. The other part about this that I think is interesting, the Bills might want to wear their red helmet. Nike is doing the uniforms. The designs have been brought to life by pulling inspirations from the history of each market and the aspects of the community. Red helmet is very much possible, but they don't sell helmets. They sell jerseys, right? So you got to make the jersey something that looks good with the helmet. If it might be a brand new helmet that is red and kind of looks overall like the red helmet Bills, but they're selling jerseys here. So
that's right.
But but I think it's a good idea. The idea that they might lean towards that.
They also did the NBA and I believe the MLB City Connect series. So they at least did the NBA one. So they've kind of done this before. I feel like. They've practiced this.
Yep.
So I think it's going to look...
Well, let me ask you this, and we'll get more calls. Patrick writes in, for the love of everything, just give us the Kelly 90s helmet and uniforms for one game.
See, that to me, though,
that's a disappointment to me.
Yeah, like that's almost why I don't want red helmet for this, because it's, what do you mean? We did red helmet. We're like, yeah, but there was a one-off. Like it wasn't even your real alternate. And maybe it's only for this year. Like I'd rather they do that on its own or even wait until the new stadium opens and, I'm not saying they'll do that full time, but maybe introduce as a full-time alternate that you wear 3 times a year.
Right. 803-0550. It's Fashion Friday. Any ideas for the rivalry jersey? Any inspirations?
I've got an idea that an NBA team did that I could see the Bills doing that you'll hate.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, I'm excited for that. I hate a lot of things, but not many. 803-0550 on WGR. The stat of the day, because it's about the fifth-year option and something we think about the draft. And this is also going to be something
29, by the way.
Perfect. He fits right into this. This actually, Elam was taken 25th. They traded up 25 for
23rd.
him. 23rd. Okay.
I got from that year 23rd for Elam, 25 for Linderbaum, 27 for Devin Lloyd. Strange.
Linderbaum,
29.
we went over yesterday, is a case of the offensive lineman fifth-year option being bad for centers. So there's
Lewis Seen 32, by the way, also.
Okay, safety Lewis Seen. There's going to be some noise in this. But, and I wonder if we'll eventually get to this spot, because heading into most drafts, we did this. The Bills are picking at 30. Will someone want to trade up to 30? If there's a quarterback, they could take the quarterback and get the fifth-year option. And Warren Sharp put this out. So every year the talk is the end of the first round, teams will come back in to get a fifth-year option on a player. Now, the way that works, for anybody out there that might not know, it's just this. Your first-round draft picks are under contract for 4 years. You can take an option to have it be a fifth year. Mm-hmm. The Bills they did that with Rousseau. Then you can re-sign him. Mm-hmm. Or they didn't do it with Rousseau. They could have done it with Rousseau. Right?
The fifth year option?
Are they?
Yeah, the last year they did, didn't they?
Okay,
he was going into his fifth year option season, and they signed him before he even got to it.
That's right. He never played on the fifth year option. Sorry, let me start again. After 3 years, you decide: are you picking up the option for the fifth year? The player plays the fourth, and then the fifth-year option is there, but sometimes you negotiate that away.
Right.
For instance, next year the Bills will have a decision on Dalton Kincaid. Does he play on the fifth-year option? Do you give that there as a placeholder? It's kind of like a mini franchise tag for your draft picks.
Yep, for your first-round draft picks.
Yes, first round only. Anyway, Warren Sharp. Since the creation of this, the fifth-year option, 12 years ago, there have been 59 players selected between 28 and 32.
Okay.
There's going to be 1 year like a voided pick in there, so that's
okay.
31% of the players picked 28 or later get a fifth-year option.
That's it?
That's it. 31%.
That's not a lot.
Yeah, you're less than 1 in 3 chance if you're a guy taking 28th to 32 to get your fifth-year option. Again, there could be a couple different things in here why. It could be because teams take positions that are a little less savings on that.
Right. Like, where were the areas they were bad? The third down defense, whenever they would kick into a lot of man coverage, especially, right, like at the end of the year, that became evident. Is it athleticism? Is it you just didn't have it? One thing they got a lot of credit for, having to rely on it might be the reason. What's something that this defensive staff gets credit for a lot, and rightfully so, it is they coach guys up that were not highly picked, like Cam Lewis over the years, and Jamarcus Ingram, and DeMar Hamlin. I mean, really, that's a lot of the answer. Look at a lot of the players that are, especially in the secondary, that are being asked to play roles. There are a lot of undrafted guys and later picks. And I think when you have a defense full of guys like that, you're just not going to be as athletic. You're not going to have as many of the tools, maybe, as some of the stud high picks are going to have. So when I see that they're bad on third down, and I see Kansas City pick them apart when they wanted to play man coverage last year, knowing that Elam was one of those guys, and that's not true of him. He is the tools guy that didn't work out. I feel like it was an athleticism problem. And it was a problem that they have just had too many of we coach this guy up to be responsible and know our system. You said too many of those guys playing at the same time.
And they did coach him up.
They did. Like, all of those individually. Cam Lewis as an individual story for the Bills is a good story. So is Ingram even. And so is, Benford is a great story. Hamlin is, of course, there's other layers to him. But him playing as a 6th-round pick for 2 different years is a good story. But their lack of blue chippers and lack of top 100 talent guys. I mean, part of it is on defense. You've got a lot of players that are punching above their weight.
All right, welcome back, Jeremy and Joe. Fashion Friday, because we're talking about these Bills rivalry uniforms, which I don't know when they'll happen. Well, we kind of know. May 14th, the schedule comes out, and the release says you'll know which games are the rivalries games, because it's like Bills-Dolphins, or I think that's how it's going to work, right?
I think so.
There's two divisions and 4 matchups, basically. Bills-Dolphins and Jets-Patriots. Those are the rivalries in this division. Is that fair?
Yes.
Jets-Patriots is big. Jets-Dolphins is also... Like, the Bills aren't on the Patriots' radar. I don't know. Trying to figure out these rivalries right now, it feels like Bills-Dolphins is the one.
Bills-Dolphins.
And Jets-Patriots could still be the one. So
Definitely.
We're looking at ideas, looking at the City Connect uniforms in baseball. And, Joe, you teased something you said I would hate.
Yeah, so very quickly. So I mentioned that the Miami Heat had done Miami Vice uniforms in the past. This past year, they did not do that. And I think we've brought this up on the show before. Couldn't you see the Bills doing something like this where it just says Bills culture on it?
Instead of Heat culture?
That's it. There's no other design to the jersey. It's just one color, and it says, this jersey says Heat culture, and it would just say Bills culture.
What if it says everybody eats? Good? No? I'm not kidding. I'm not being a jerk.
No, it could.
The Padres. So the Padres debuted their City Connect uniform, and it was...
San Diego.
Yeah, San Diego. It was a gray... I mean, it's baseball. Gray. The helmets were pastel green. One sleeve was pastel green. One sleeve was pastel orange to salmon.
Okay.
Anyway, it paid tribute to the vibrant colors, California imagery, and vibrant colors of the Baja Peninsula. Ooh. And the point is, it was this bright. It was not the brown Padres. They went way off the map.
Right.
So I have no idea what these are going to be like.
I've got an idea from what you just said. Then do something with fall colors. Okay. Exactly the same way. Fall color Bills uniforms that you'll wear in like October.
Fall is elite uniforms, is what you're saying?
Yes. Fall is elite Bills jerseys.
803-0550. All right, we got some calls to get to this. And Evan says Brandon has the best idea. Typing it in. Says he's got a great idea here.
All right.
Don't give it away. All right. I'm interested to hear this. Best idea. A couple different ideas. Fashion Friday. We're talking Bills uniforms because it's a lot less stressful than talking about draft picks. 803-0550. No, we can talk about draft picks. It's totally fine. And Elijah Moore as well. Jeremy and Joe here on a Fashion Friday on WGR.
And then, meanwhile, Minnesota, did you see the stat on them this morning? The Minnesota Wild have become the first team in any of the 4 pro sports in North America to make the playoffs 8+ times in a 10-year span and lose in the opening round every single time. Like, the Leafs are kind of seen as that. Minnesota Wild, that's your team for this. They made the playoffs more than 8 times in 10 years and have not won a round.
Yeah, it's tough. Would you take that?
Different type of existence of misery than
different
than a Sabres existence of misery.
Would you take that for the Sabres for the next 10 years, or would you take an unforeseen outcome. Let's make a deal. Make it 8 times in 10 years, never make it out of the first round, or I'm good. Door number 2.
Door number 2, which
just door number 2.
Which could be I never make it.
That could be you make it 3 times. Could you make it twice? Could you make it 10? Door number 2. You have to take door number 2.
Unforeseen?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm taking unforeseen.
You have to take door number 2.
But yeah, because the thing is, though, I'm assuming I don't know. Like, I'm going to make the deal, and then I'm going to get the Men in Black thing, and I'm not going to know that I made the deal.
Sure.
Okay. Because the first 2-3 times making it are going to be fun. Are going to be really fun, right?
Oh, yeah.
Breaking the drought, and then they're going to go back, and then like we're going to have good conversations and expectations and fun games and winning in the regular season. And then when does it really get really, really, really old? Is it year 5?
Probably. Well,
year 7?
Here's your question: when did Bills Chiefs get old?
After the 3rd time.
There you go. There's your answer.
Yeah.
Not to say this
football versus hockey.
Not to say this hasn't been fun and this hasn't been great. But
sure. Yeah.
When does it get old? Maybe the 3rd time you lose to them.
Like, where were the areas they were bad? The third down defense, whenever they would kick into a lot of man coverage, especially, right, like at the end of the year, that became evident. Is it athleticism? Is it you just didn't have it? You know, one thing they got a lot of credit for, having to rely on it might be the reason. What's something that this defensive staff gets credit for a lot, and rightfully so, it is they coach guys up that were not highly picked, like Cam Lewis over the years and Jamarcus Ingram and DeMar Hamlin. I mean, really, that's a lot of the answer. Look at a lot of the players that are, especially in the secondary, that are being asked to play roles. There are a lot of undrafted guys and later picks. And I think when you have a defense full of guys like that, you're just not going to be as athletic. You're not going to have as many of the tools, maybe, as some of the stud high picks are going to have. So when I see that they're bad on third down, and I see Kansas City pick them apart when they wanted to play man coverage last year, knowing that Elam was one of those guys, and that's not true of him. He is the tools guy that didn't work out. I feel like it was an athleticism problem. And it was a problem that they just had too many of we coached this guy up to be responsible and know our system. You said too many of those guys playing at the same time.
And they did coach him up.
They did. Like, all of those individual, Cam Lewis as an individual story for the Bills is a good story. So is Ingram even. And so is, Benford is a great story. Hamlin is, of course, there's other layers to him. But him playing as a 6th-round pick for 2 different years is a good story. But their lack of blue chippers and lack of top 100 talent guys. Part of it is on defense. You've got a lot of players that are punching above their weight. In the Stanley Cup playoffs last night, you had a couple of series come to an end. Get to that in a moment. Start with the Amherst, though. They win in 3 games. They sweep the Syracuse Crunch, and Devin Levi, the star of the show, back-to-back shutouts in games 2 and 3 to win the series. The Maple Leafs advance. They beat the Senators in Game 6, 4-2. They'll advance to play Florida. In the Western Conference, you had 3 matchups last night. Vegas winning over Minnesota. They win the series. The Oilers beat the Kings to move on to the next round. The Avalanche force a Game 7 with a 7-4 win over Dallas. In the NBA playoffs, the Knicks beat the Pistons to advance to the next round where they'll meet the Boston Celtics. They won by 3. At the end, Clippers beat the Nuggets by 6 to force a Game 7, which will be on Saturday night. Cameron Wolf, NFL Network, reporting that the Dolphins will trade Jalen Ramsey in May or June, and if they don't, they will find a way to release him. So there's no debate that Ramsey would be back in Miami this season. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Nick's trying to wait till the end. Brunson puts up a 3. Bang! Bang! Jalen Brunson hits the 3 with 4.3 remaining. And the Pistons call timeout.
So Jalen Brunson's 3, if you haven't seen this highlight, yeah, skates. The guy covering him should be, is he not been memed into eternity right now?
Oh, my goodness. I mean he
Brunson
went for a ride.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. I don't know who that is from the Pistons. It's not one of their top players that I would be familiar with. It's not Cade Cunningham, for instance.
Well, the Knicks advance.
Which, by the way, if you watched NBA playoffs this year, Cade Cunningham is going to be a dude you need to know for the next 10 years. That guy's awesome.
Jeremy and Joe, we're talking fashion a little bit. Bill's schedule comes out in 12 days, and we've kind of kicked around the idea of what could this Rivalry's uniform be. If you are unfamiliar with what that really is, so on Friday of the draft, we found out that the NFL is going to be adding Rivalry uniforms. A Rivalry's uniform and stuff that we would buy too, so it's for fans. They're doing it to sell jerseys. Announced during the draft, rooted in local community insights. Quote, the designs have been brought to life by pulling inspiration from the history of each market and the aspects of the community that only that team's city embodies. The uniforms will be included in each of the team's uniform lineup for the following 3 years, adding to the existing alternate uniforms they might have. Other teams participate in future years, but it's the AFC East and the NFC West that start it out. So the uniforms to be revealed before the first rivalry game, with the designated games to come after the schedule release May 14th. So the schedule comes out on the 14th. After that, they designate the games. And then the uniform, maybe that doesn't come until September, October. I don't know.
Oh, like we won't.
It says before the game. So before the first rivalry game, the uniforms are going to be revealed. Maybe that game is one of the opening night games or opening weekend games. Monday Night Football could be, Seahawks Cardinals or something like that. And here are their rivalry uniforms, and here's the full set of rivalry series uniforms. So, what would a Bills uniform that is brought to life by pulling inspiration from the history of the market and aspects of the community that only Buffalo embodies? That's the task.
That only Buffalo embodies.
Right. And Joe has taken to an online AI image generator and come up with some not great options.
I'm working on, I cannot get this thing to spit out something that looks like the ice blue Blizzard style uniform that I'm thinking of, but I've got like a fall themed uniform where the Bills are wearing like an orange that kind of turns to red, kind of like a little bit of a gradient style uniform.
People are going to hate this thing, aren't they?
This jersey?
Just
or the process?
This whatever it is, they're going to hate it.
Don't poo-poo new uniform process. Too much of that going on.
Everyone's going to turn into...
You're the kingpin of this, like hating on new uniforms and new logos.
I was just going to say, everyone's going to... I agree it's fun.
If it's bad, you get rid of it in 12 months.
I defend uniforms. I don't defend team names. That Giants 100th anniversary that was red with like the Wolverine-style helmet, I defended those. But I don't defend names like the Kraken, and I'm also not going to defend the Mammoth when Utah goes to that.
That's fair. But like soccer, for instance, like you have a new away kit every single year, and like Liverpool wears neon green one year, and everybody hates it, but it's okay because they're only going to wear it for 1 year because we'll get something new next year.
Right. If you don't
like that one where it's marble.
If you don't like it, just wait.
Exactly.
Yeah, Arsenal had uniforms that it looked like a blood spatter on their chest, like someone had murdered them. They had that at one point. They called it like the killer uniforms. It was crazy. Google it. Arsenal murder uniforms.
Did they lose like all their games like 8-0 when they were wearing them?
803-0550. Bill in Buffalo. Hey, Bill. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys today?
Good.
Good. I actually had an idea, I think, that would really embody the city that maybe wouldn't be a regional idea either. I think they should do something related to the Erie Canal or our history with the founding of electricity and how to use it for like street lights and different things like that. I think it would be a historical aspect of the city, and at the same time it would put on display something really unique to the area.
Yeah.
I mean, the city flag, of course, is themed in that way. So something along those lines would be, I think, very cool.
Mm-hmm. The one thing I wonder about it, though, it's will it have to be? Would people watching know? Oh, that's the Bills playing the Dolphins. Versus like these MLB City Connect uniforms. Half of the idea is you would turn on a game and say, "Who's that?"
Mm-hmm. And you're questioning the NFL will want to do that to the same degree?
I wonder. The red uniforms the Bills wear are pretty sweet. And when they didn't they wear red tops and white pants this year for the first time ever? Which at one point people said they thought the Patriots were red tops and white.
Did they wear it this year?
I think they did.
It was for the Patriots.
Yeah.
Yes.
They wore red tops, white pants.
They called it the candy cane uniform.
That's right, the candy cane, yes. Canes. And they've got their stormtroopers when they wear white on white, which I like quite a bit. They went to the white face masks. So,
yep.
I don't know. It's. I'm very eager to see what they ultimately look like. What does Miami look like?
Miami, they could do the Vice idea. They could do beaches
sand,
or
beachy. Like the Rams wear that bone color, bone white. Maybe Miami wears some sort of sand inspired. Who knows? Brandon in Medina. Hey, Brandon.
Hey, guys. Two comments. One, I hope whoever designs it is not the guy that's been designing the draft day hat. They've really missed the last few years on those. And then a uniform idea, if it's against Miami, something that says, I wish it was colder with maybe some snowballs on it.
There you go. Guys. Yeah.
Did you just wear a Squish the Fish jersey?
It's got to be some snow. It's got to be a snow theme. I wish it were colder.
Yeah.
A gradient. People hate gradient.
I'm doing a gradient one right now. They got some gradient autumn Bills jerseys.
Would you get the autumn out of here?
The fall is elite Bills uniforms.
No. They look like the Browns.
They don't look like the Browns.
Get me a Blizzard inspired or a Sub-Zero inspired idea.
Okay.
Or if you want to just type in like chicken wings and snow and Niagara Falls and see what it pumps out.
You want to just mash it all together?
Yes, all of it.
Can I get a beef on Weck sandwich in there too? Let's just stuff everything that we're known for just into one logo.
What will the Jets be? A skyline? Something like that? What will the Patriots be?
A Jersey swamp.
We get to do the whole AFC East.
Okay, the Jets. Yeah, Jets a skyline or. Right, New York. I mean, you could do a billion things with New York.
Well, the Rams are in this. NFC West is in this. Won't there be some sort of spotlights or Hollywood or something like that?
Yep.
New England. Who knows? These are all tough things to guess.
New England could do. Again, like the way they've kind of laid it out makes it so up in the air,
open to interpretation.
Subjective to anybody for what you would want to do, which means. I mean, it could really be anything different. The teams could, I'm sure they would have some say to Nike and how this process is going to go, and they might all want different things. So one team might do it one way, and the Bills might do it this way, and the Patriots might do it that way. So I don't know how much. Of the same you'll kind of get, even just by the theme.
Yeah. 803-0550. 1-888-550-2550.
I think I like the gradient idea. I like the gradient idea. Yeah. Ice blue is our favorite. Ice blue blizzard thing, like where there's no red, there's no like of the regular Bills blue, but it's like a white uniform, and the logo would be like ice blue and white instead of like more of a royal blue and red.
I want a Bills uniform that looks like it's inspired by the Game of Thrones the wall.
Yeah.
Winter is coming. I want a winter is coming themed Bills rivalry uniform with Miami.
Yes.
Because that's the other thing. If it is tied to Miami, that matchup is, we like it when they have to come here in December. Unless, of course, you want to go where it's not, to Miami in December because it's nice out.
Right.
You've never been to Miami, right?
Nope.
The road schedule.
I got to get that on the road schedule.
The road schedule this year, 12 days, we'll know the whole road schedule. The road schedule this year should produce a lot of wins for them, and not a lot of great
trip opportunity unless they go to Dublin.
Unless they go to Dublin to play the Steelers, which is that likely? Are the Steelers not enough of a draw? And if Aaron Rodgers doesn't sign with the Steelers,
well, that's the thing. Sal had talked about this with Mike North, I think, a little bit, and Sal on his own, maybe more so. That like the timeline of things and like player storylines. So Rodgers in Pittsburgh, like the Steelers going to Dublin, and I remember the original rumor was it was going to be Steelers and Packers, right?
Yep.
In playing in Dublin. And then that cooled a little bit, and the idea, I think, for a lot of people was, well, are they going to want to do that if Aaron Rodgers is in Pittsburgh? Not even necessarily because of where the game is, but Rodgers' first game against Green Bay. You want that at 9 a.m.? Or do you want that as a primetime game? Or even in a national 4 o'clock window? You want to put that on in the morning on NFL Network? That was the skepticism with that. But he hasn't signed in Pittsburgh. He might not sign or decide what to do by the time the schedule comes out. So at some point they have to make the schedule and say, we just have to pretend Aaron Rodgers doesn't exist and make the schedule as if he's not going to play this year.
And how good does that game have to be?
The Dublin game?
How good? Because
I don't think it has to be amazing.
That's the thing.
Pittsburgh's already...
For a while, you just got games thrown over there. Somebody's going to play the Jaguars. You're going to get bad matchups. 2 teams with losing records, not that impressive. And you're Pittsburgh going to Dublin. And the Steelers are probably a global brand.
Sure.
Do they want to just throw the Bills in there? Josh Allen. People get up and watch Josh Allen play. It's possible. It would instantly become the Bills' best road trip of the year if you're a fan that wants to travel.
By far.
The other ones are the division: Houston, Atlanta, Carolina. And
I'm sure there'll be a million Bills fans in Carolina. But a lot of that will be transplants that already live there.
Yep.
And the rest of those, this would be another year where if you want to do a trip a year like Miami, if you've never done the Miami trip.
Yeah.
Because the rest of the road schedule that rotates. I mean, they're back in Houston again?
Back in Houston.
I've not been to Houston, it's not like I ever hear you got to go to Houston
I never hear
for the trip.
No, never hear that.
Yeah.
They go to Cleveland.
Really, I mean, Pittsburgh, if it's not in Dublin, will be one of the better trips.
Mm-hmm.
It's drivable. Pittsburgh's great. I love Pittsburgh.
Next up, we'll go to Steve. Steve's up here. Steve in Texas. What's up, Steve?
Hey, guys. Uniforms, is there a tasteful way to pull off the Zubas?
Oh, definitely.
Is there a tasteful way to pull off the Zubas?
Standing buffalo with Zubas?
Here's the question I would have about Zubas, Steve. And, we're all here, so because Zubas was for every team, right? Every team had it.
Yeah.
Did Buffalo just like it the most? Was it a bigger thing here than other places?
I don't know. Down here in Houston, I mean, you talk about Zubas and no one has any idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. I don't know that. The history of the Zubas, the Zubasification of the NFL, when that happened, was Buffalo the number one place that really thought that's awesome?
It was.
Is there an oral history of Zubas?
There's a Wikipedia page.
Okay. What do you got?
I got that.
One Great Lakes outpost bought 79% of all the Zubas gear.
1988, 2 professional wrestlers started it, but that's still not really marketing ideas. Okay, this is maybe why you can't do it. So those 2, they own half the company. They did a deal with JCPenney. High-profile marketing deals with NFL players such as Dan Marino helped the pants become widely popular in the United States.
Okay.
I think if the Dolphins quarterback of all time is the guy that, again, the part of it is supposed to be only Buffalo. And is this only Buffalo?
Can I give you that?
I'm sure. It seems the Buffalo does it way more than everybody else.
More on the Wikipedia page. Did you think we were going to talk about Zubas today? But here we go.
Or the history of Zubas,
They went
really.
bankrupt in 1996, but brought the brand back. Another company bought the trademark rights in 2007. It came back, and in 2014, fully resurfaced, internet storefront, opened its first storefront in the fashion outlets of Niagara Falls. 2016, chose Western New York as its first brick-and-mortar location.
Okay.
Because of a popular association with the Bills.
Okay, they're the Bills. Then.
They're the Zubas team.
Yep, okay. So even though it didn't start here, and Marino was involved like early in marketing, that's the Bills stuff.
Yeah. The fans of the franchise, it says this week, have been one of the brand's most loyal customer bases.
Okay, there you go.
From an article in the Buffalo News in 2016.
So if somebody's going to do Zubas, I think the Bills would have the right to it.
Is there a better idea?
But how much am I doing of Zubas? Am I putting it on the helmet? Am I putting it on the pants? Am I putting it on everything? Is it just going to be on the shoulders, the jersey? Like, how much am I putting on? Bills fans wear the pants. Should just the pants be Zubas? And the rest of it is kind of like a normal white Bills uniform?
You don't sell pants. They're selling gear.
Okay, right, yeah.
They're selling gear. You don't sell pants.
Right, they've already sold the pants. Everybody already owns the pants, so you don't need to sell more of them. A whole Zubas Bills jersey, I feel like. Should they care about what the rest of the league thinks? People would turn on the Bills game that week and go, what on earth are they wearing?
Maybe the numbers are Zubas.
That'd be tough to see.
I mean, the play-by-play man's nightmare.
Maybe.
But maybe, sure. I think you could do it.
This is
I'm trying to internally play this out in my own mind, like what the right way to do it would be. But I think there's a way to do it.
8030550.
I think I still like the ice blue idea better, though.
You're still working on that in the image generator.
It won't give me the logo or anything in ice blue. It keeps giving me the regular Bills blue, along with the jersey being more of like a gradient, ice blue and white. So I'm still working on it. These things aren't perfect.
Jim in Rochester. Hey, Jim.
Hey, so obviously there's not much sports news. You guys are off to the talking about jerseys and stuff.
This is hold on, Jim. This is sports news that the NFL is making new jerseys for the Buffalo Bills. So thanks.
Yeah, who cares?
We do. Thanks.
How about Devin Levi playing out of his mind? The Rochester Amherst on going on to the Calder Cup, and Kyle Clegg. And the rest of the Amherst, what do you think of all that?
Well, we did open the show, the first segment of the show, if you want to rewind back to 6 a.m. The first segment was actually a lot about Devin Levi and whether or not we should plan for him next year, and the Sabres, should they plan for him? Because back-to-back shutouts and a win for the Amherst in that series. They swept the Crunch, and back-to-back shutouts for Levi.
Yep.
It's exciting.
And they're in the second round now. That's right. They'll play the winner of Laval and Cleveland.
Yes. And I am eager to just kind of count on Levi, wondering when that's actually going to happen.
Yeah. And I'm excited to go to a game. I haven't had a chance to yet. They're in the next round. That place has been full for the first two home games. They always play on weekends, which is nice. I like that.
In game two was a bunch of their young guys, Kulik, Roseanne, and Consta Hellenius, who was the pick this year in the draft, all scored in that game.
Yeah. By the way, he has to be careful with this, I think, but I talked with Amherst coach Mike Leone on Locked On Sabres earlier in the week, and he compared Hellenius to Marchand.
Brad?
Yeah. Brad Marchand.
In how many ways?
Like maybe a little, like what he looks like in the playoffs with, scoring and creating chances and living in his opponent's heads and being physical. I think he was fighting two of the Crunch players at the end of that game one.
He replaces former Sabres prospect and former Brad Marchand comparison, Matthew Picard. Remember him?
Oh, Matej Picard.
Yeah, okay, sure.
But he did that in development camp.
Okay, that's right.
This is at least in the AHL playoffs. And he said reminds me of. He didn't say he's Brad Marchand. So, but he's been I guess really exciting through the first couple games.
Thanks, Jim. If you want to go back opening segment, we talked about it quite a bit. Jimmy in Buffalo is next up. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, how you doing today?
Good.
I just have a question about how we just keep getting these one-year rental receivers. I feel like it's not really a good asset to our group. I don't know what you guys' thoughts on that, but Elijah Moore is good to our team. But what are your thoughts on these one-year rentals?
When it's an older player, I'd like them to do something different. With Moore, it's a little different for me because I think if it smashes, which I think there is a little bit of a chance of, that you would want to bring him back. In a year, if he has 50 catches for 800 yards and all the, us pointing out the quarterbacks he's played with that have been terrible and the terrible organizations he's played with so far, if that is more the reason why he hasn't produced more than his own doing, then in a year I'm going to tell you I want them to pay him at 26 years old and bring him back.
Yep.
I don't know how much you're going to want to pay him. He's probably going to be, if he were to do what I just said, 50 catches, 800 yards, he gets the Curtis Samuel contract, doesn't he?
Well, I don't know if they...
Like $8 million?
I don't know. Can they afford another Curtis Samuel contract? Because on the cap...
Whatever. I mean, I think they can get rid of Curtis Samuel after a year if it doesn't work.
This is forever going to be a sensitive subject.
But all I mean to say is I like this one a little more than the previous rentals because I feel like there's more of a long-term potential relationship than there would have been with Marquez Valdes-Scantling.
Right. Well, with Moore, the guaranteed money is more than anybody else. Like, here's the funny thing. Not funny. Their receivers going into this year are already, I think, way better than they were going into last year. Last year at this time, we were talking ourselves into maybe Chase Claypool is a good buy low risk.
Who had 7 catches the year before.
Yeah.
And was kicked off a team.
And then it was MVS, who they guaranteed some money to. And we thought, like, man, MVS, he drops the ball all the time. He plays with good quarterbacks, but he's just not very good. And he's a speed receiver that can get down the field, and they could never connect with him. This time last year, it was KJ Hamler's and Andy Isabella's. And I think right now, between Josh Palmer and, of course, like Amari Cooper wasn't on the team start last year. So between Josh Palmer and Elijah Moore, those are 2 receivers that I think have a more ability than the guys they brought in last year. Last year, it was also Mac Hollins. Like, okay, we'll see what kind of role he has. He ends up being a major contributor.
Mm-hmm. Really, again, the big difference between 1 year ago, I tweeted the other day about how I think Palmer and Moore are more dangerous than Cooper and Hollins. But if I go back 1 year ago, we made a bet that was on that bet board. Were you on the side of 5 guys making the team? And who were the 5 guys? Believe they were.
That's right. It was
Shakir.
It was I bet who could make the team beforehand. That there was not really a battle. That we knew who was going to make the team.
But one of your guys was Claypool.
Yeah.
One of the guys on that team was Claypool, and another one was Mac Hollins.
Right. And Claypool didn't make it in part because he got hurt. It was day-to-day, and then it was injury settlement.
Right.
And then, Shavers was the next guy up who kind of made the team.
Right.
Or stuck around.
And this is where, one of the annoying things that Beane is continuing to put out there is that we've never talked about Josh Palmer. Because Josh Palmer, to me, is the biggest catalyst for why they are better at that position right now than they were last year.
Yeah.
But another reason is that 5th guy. Last year, that 5th guy was Chase Claypool. And he was an exciting idea. But to me, Elijah Moore is much more trustworthy of an idea right now than Claypool was a year ago at this time.
To tell you, either you want to say whether it's because they're more desperate or there's more belief, you can put whatever label you want. Claypool was guaranteed $25,000 at signing.
Right.
And Moore, we haven't seen the numbers yet.
But it's going to be in the millions.
It's going to be $3 million, $3.5 million, $4 million at signing, I think.
Sure.
Unless they kept him low and the incentives are very easy to gain, which they could be for him because he had no big numbers last year in 1 touchdown. He could have a 2-touchdown, $2 million incentive. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Yeah, I think they're in a much better spot than they were this time last year. So that's a good start. And of course, Coleman, Kincaid, things they could glow up a little bit. 803-0550. Thanks for the phone call. 1-888-550-2550. It's Jeremy and Joe on this Friday. Sam Monson, Pro Football Focus. I just saw he and Steve Palazzolo, they do a podcast called Check the Mic, and the title of their most recent episode on the Bills was The Bills Are Building a Fortress on Defense. So we'll talk to Sam Monson about that and continue taking your calls here on a fun Friday, Fashion Friday, Football Friday, Devin Levi Friday, really whatever you want. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Hey, yo. You know, my name might have been Jerry if my dad had his choice.
Really?
Yeah. He wanted Jerome, and my mom wanted...
All right.
Here we go. Why not?
Yeah, I've got something on this too, so go ahead.
He wanted Jerome, and I think my mom wanted Jeremiah. And they're like, all right, well, Jeremy. That's how it came to be. He wanted Jerome. So I was almost a Jerry.
Almost Jerome.
Almost.
Yeah, Jerome goes to Jerry every time, right?
I was almost a Jerry.
Okay.
And my mom called me Jeremiah all the time, no matter what. Whenever she's mad at me, not only mad, but she called me Jeremiah a lot. But the tone that was used on Monday would have been a Jeremiah kind of tone at me.
Okay.
That would have been a Jeremiah if GM wants to use that next time.
Yeah.
Jeremiah.
If my dad had his way, at least this is how it's been told to me, my first name would be Bruno.
Jerry and Bruno.
Yeah.
I like it. What's wrong with Bruno? We don't talk about Bruno. There we go.
I don't know. I'm glad. I'm good with Joe.
You don't want to be a Bruno?
I'm good with Joe. No, not necessarily.
Well, if your name was Bruno, your life would have changed when Encanto came out the way that my life changed when Pearl Jam's Jeremy came out. And I saw that video. I thought, like, oh, well, this is now people are going to say this to me for the rest of my life.
And then, meanwhile, Minnesota, did you see the stat on them this morning? The Minnesota Wild have become the first team in any of the four pro sports in North America to make the playoffs 8+ times in a 10-year span and lose in the opening round every single time. Like, the Leafs are kind of seen as that. Minnesota Wild, that's your team for this. They made the playoffs more than 8 times in 10 years and have not won a round.
Yeah, it's tough. Would you take that?
Different type of existence of misery than
different
than a Sabres existence of misery.
I was going to say, would you take that for the Sabres for the next 10 years? Or would you take an unforeseen outcome? Let's make a deal. Make it 8 times in 10 years, never make it out of the first round, or I'm good. Door number 2.
Door number 2, which is
door number 2.
Which could be I never make it.
That could be you make it 3 times. Could you make it twice? Could you make it 10? Door number 2. You have to take door number 2.
Unforeseen?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm taking unforeseen.
You have to take door number 2.
But yeah, because the thing is, though, I'm assuming I don't know. Like, I'm going to make the deal, and then I'm going to get the Men in Black thing, and I'm not going to know that I made the deal.
Sure.
Okay. Because the first 2-3 times making it are going to be fun. Are going to be really fun, right?
Oh, yeah.
Breaking the drought, and then they're going to go back, and then we're going to have good conversations and expectations and fun games and winning in the regular season. And then when does it really get really, really, really old? Is it year 5?
Probably. Well,
year 7?
Here's your question: when did Bills Chiefs get old?
After the 3rd time.
There you go. There's your answer.
Yeah.
Not to say this
football versus hockey.
Not to say this hasn't been fun and this hasn't been great. But
sure.
When does it get old? Maybe the 3rd time you lose to them.
Couple of series come to an end in the NHL playoffs last night. Toronto through to the next round. They'll play Florida after beating Ottawa in Game 6. Vegas and Edmonton are also through with wins last night. They will play each other, McDavid versus Eichel, in the second round. Avalanche over the Stars. That'll have a Game 7 on Saturday. The Rochester Americans winning last night. That's a 3-0 series sweep over Syracuse. Devin Levi had back-to-back shutouts in games 2 and 3 for the Amherst. The NBA playoffs last night featured the Knicks winning over the Pistons late. They advanced to play the Celtics. The Nuggets and Clippers will go to a Game 7 after an LA win last night. Bandits tonight, 7:30 against Vancouver. Game 1 of a 3-game series. We'll have the game here on WGR. Pregame starts at 7. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
NHL playoffs continue. We've got some of our second-round matchups. Vegas-Edmonton is up. Max Pacioretty and the Leafs are on to the next round. They'll play Florida, which is, boy, get through that, and you might have something. Leafs in the conference finals. Is the nation ready for that? Is the world ready for the Leafs getting through the Panthers?
I mean, the most interesting thing to happen in these playoffs would be the Leafs going to the finals.
That's right. Yes, that's
all the way.
Or Edmonton getting back again after getting so close last year.
Is Edmonton-Toronto the best possible finals?
For interest?
Yes. You right now.
Yes, the other options in the West are Winnipeg, St. Louis, Vegas, Colorado, and Dallas.
Right.
So, yes, for
McDavid versus Matthews, Leafs never winning it, Oilers, McDavid never winning it. I think that'd probably be number one.
Maybe Ovechkin getting in again, going for another one. The Caps are through.
Yeah, especially if he wins it. If he were to win it in the same year he broke the goal record.
Yeah,
that would be better.
You're not saying best matchup. You're just saying objectively
interesting
storyline. Interesting. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
8030550. We've done a couple things today. Just want to reference a tweet here from Gene Battaglia on Devin Levi, because we talked a little bit about Devin Levi, back-to-back shutouts, and Gene there in Rochester on the sports bar at the Fan Rochester, our sister station. One thing he wrote just now was, for friends in Buffalo that don't follow the Amherst that closely, here are some key points. And he mentions the Amherst could win it all, but the first point is Levi is ready for you. Enjoy him in October, which is what we started the show with a little bit. Just back-to-back shutouts in the playoffs. How far can the Amherst take it? How far can Levi take them? So that's exciting. We also talked a little bit about the rivalry series in the NFL and these uniform concepts. Joe's working up some concepts. I'm waiting for a good one, Joe.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make the uniform out of buffalo fur. Give me one of those if you want.
Yes.
You got a brown one.
Wait.
Punch it all in your image creator. Have it be chicken wings, and just give me a uniform that's not the fall one that you've created that makes them look like the Browns.
I thought you would like the fall one more than anybody.
No, it doesn't work.
It's not the brown. There's red in here, and it's not the Browns.
Needs more yellow if it's going to be a fall uniform. Anyway, he's working on that.
Yeah.
Jake and Cheektowaga. Hey, Jake, what's up?
Hey, boys. How you guys doing?
We're good.
Yeah, I just want to talk about the draft and how I just felt it was very underwhelming on the offensive portion. I mean, our first offensive pickup was in the 5th round. A tight end, I honestly believe we didn't really need. We could have just signed our old tight end 3-back Quentin Morris and fall into Brandon Beane little fiasco with the radio show. I mean, he comes on, says, oh, we shouldn't have got a receiver, what, blah, blah, blah. And then here we go signing Elijah Moore. And I don't know. I think Elijah Moore is a decent player, but, I mean, look at Amari Cooper last year. We were all excited bringing him in, but did he produce? Not really. All these one-year pickups are not really producing for us, and I'm just wondering, like, what would have to change for that to happen? Is it drafting up, getting receivers early on? Like, just seeing your guys' thoughts.
About more offensive help. I mean, they don't have that many jobs. Listen, Go ahead, Joe.
It's more about, I think the better conversation is more about the top end of those skill positions and what their ideology is when it comes to building an offense. And they have clearly prioritized the offensive line and even tight end and running back to a lesser degree as run game and balanced and good yak receivers is enough with this quarterback to be one of the best couple of offenses in the NFL. And 1 year into that experiment, they were right. I wonder if they will, the way Beane talked this week, I mean, I don't think this is on the horizon, but will they ever feel that there is another way to do it? That the way they did it when Allen first became elite is a way they should try again. If a star receiver comes on the market, will they have any interest a year from now? You know? Like, yep. I don't know the answers to those questions because right now I feel like I do know the answer. The answer is that they don't think they need one.
Well,
at the top end.
Sure.
The depth of the position and the position group as a whole is, to me, better than it was last year. So, is that enough? If I'm right in that there's going to be regression on turnovers, is their receiver group good enough to make up that difference? Is Kincaid's step forward going to be good enough to make up that difference? I think you could definitely make that case right now.
Well, it's not about statistics for the year. I know that that's awesome. Josh Allen leading them to an amazing season again is totally likely. I like their group. Do we like their group now more than we did in the AFC Championship game? I think the answer to that is yes.
Yes,
we do. Because
I do.
So if it's 4th and 5 again in the AFC Championship game, do they have to throw orbit motion to Khalil Shakir? Which is what they were probably looking to do, and then that all-out blitz comes and Allen throws to Kincaid, right?
Right.
If it's the AFC Championship game again with this group, is it still a screen? It's not to Amari Cooper. It's to somebody else, and maybe Elijah Moore's better for that job, or maybe Josh Palmer's better for that job. You know, like they can definitely win and succeed like this again. You know, people bringing this conversation back up. You say you don't think they need one. I think they went to the draft thinking they were going to get one and didn't fall that way, and that is normal. That is a lot of teams. It's one thing about the draft that, you know, this isn't a Bills point, it's an everybody point. Everybody goes into the draft thinking we're going to get these things, and we're not going to get everything we want. They pick 9 players over the course of 240 picks. 9 out of 240. How many graded players would there have been on the board? They probably graded 200 draft-worthy players that they would have taken. And, you know, once you select those players, those become your guys. Before the draft, we're all sitting here saying, like, I wonder who I'm going to go to war for. Is it going to be Maxwell Hairston or Trey Amos? They take Hairston. Bang. Hairston's my guy. This kind of gets to going back to the quarterback conversation about when they drafted Allen. We all lined up, like, who do we like? Who do you think is going to be good? The moment they draft Allen, maybe you react, you don't like it, but 2 days later, you're like, well, it's my guy now. He's on my team.
Right.
He's wearing my laundry, so let's go. Let's do it. And it's not like Bills fans are going to root against the draft pick. You don't have to like the pick. You don't have to like what they do. You don't have to like some fans don't like their coach. Some fans don't like their defensive tackle. Some fans don't like, you know, but they become your guy.
Yeah. I can't say enough this week that just if you, and this, every fan has done this over time. I mean, how many people will debate whether they like to pick or not? Just because you don't like something that the team does doesn't mean you're not a true fan. Sure. And you're not more of a true fan because you just blindly say, I love everything they've done. If there's a couple little things, big things, I didn't like their 4th round pick. I wanted this guy instead of in the 1st round. If you love the Bills and you're going to show up to the stadium and, you know, go to the games, you're still as true a fan as everybody else is.
Yeah. Be a fan however you want to be a fan. Brad in Lackawanna. Hey, Brad, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, so I happened to chime in, and I heard the whole fiasco, Brandon Beane, this, that. And I kind of have like a theory on maybe why he did it, but not to, like, slight you guys in any way. So my theory is that the agent was in town, the player was in town, and he just really didn't – he wanted to keep it mum on how we needed a receiver, and he tried to, like, come at you guys saying we don't need a receiver to kind of show that as like a ploy to save money when they're negotiating. You know what I'm saying? Like a negotiating tactic or something like that. Or he was hungover. Those are my two theories.
All right, thanks, Brad. I mean, they signed. I mean, he said on One Bills Live that they talked with Moore before the draft and put a pin in it and said we'll get back because we'll see how the draft goes. And he said they did that with a couple other guys in positions, and because if we end up spending a first or second round pick, he's maybe not going to want to come here. Some version of that. He said that on One Bills Live. So the idea of a ploy about negotiating, Moore had a tender that meant he was going to have $3.4 million guaranteed if he played anywhere. He was going to get paid. Yeah, $3.4 million to go back to the Browns or to go somewhere else. Like, he had that money guaranteed. If I understand how that tender works, which is like this new kind of tender that hadn't been used in the NFL in 3 years, and we kind of just learned about it. So my guess is it was not some sort of ploy about Moore. Like, he did know Moore was a fallback plan going in on Thursday and Friday. And, here we are on Saturday. It's the fourth round. Should we take this guy's like, I can get Elijah Moore. I don't need to draft this receiver. I can sign Elijah Moore. That makes total sense.
Yeah. It also is the implication there that us talking about it cost the Bills leverage in a negotiation with Elijah Moore?
No, I wouldn't believe that.
Like, come on.
Adam in Amherst. Hey, Adam.
Hey, guys. Hey, I just wanted to say, Jeremy, I give you a lot of credit for how you handled the call the other day with Brandon Beane as far as standing your ground. I mean, he's on the Pat McAfee show, and if he doesn't want flowers from everybody, I mean, you guys gave it to him straight. Now, I'll say this. The Bills didn't lose the AFC Championship game last year because of offense. The defense was Swiss cheese, and he accomplished what he needed to in the draft. So, I firmly believe, we'll see how this draft turns out in 2 or 3 years from now. But on paper, I like what they did here. And as far as the receiver, Elijah Moore, is he a third receiver, fourth receiver? Like you just said, I mean, the board didn't set up the way they wanted it to in the third or fourth round, so they went more defense. I mean, Deion Walker is probably a wild card. I mean, if they can get his back healthy, great. If not, then it wasn't a good pick. So, anyway, hey, I really appreciate you guys. I do appreciate the fact that you stood your ground on Monday. I thought that was great. If Beane doesn't like it, then, hey, he's got to get out of the kitchen and shouldn't be on the Pat McAfee show.
Thanks, Adam. Yeah, I mean, we've spent a lot of time going over all of what happened. I've dedicated some to defending his defense of his point. I think there's plenty to say about the way that they're doing it. And for him to say, I've seen it work, is correct. What they did last year worked to a point. One thing about it, and maybe it's a conversation for another day, in 2 months, because everyone's kind of maybe exhausted of this, but the idea that we didn't lose the game because of our wide receivers. What would that look like?
Losing the game because of your wide receivers?
Because you could say you lost the game because of the defense. When you give up 32 points, it's a very easy, that's what happened. That's true. But we didn't lose the game because of our wide receivers. Well, that is debatable. The defense, of course, was a problem for the whole season in this game. No one would dispute that. However, how did the Eagles win? They won with their defense. They also won with their wide receivers going nuts on the Chiefs. Devonta Smith, A.J. Brown, they were fine.
Right.
And they went nuts on the Commanders in the game before. And, it's not to say, I also feel like this kind of conversation has been hijacked and strawmanned to the nth degree. They're all just saying you can't win without a number one. That's definitely not what happened. It was all about, we thought you'd get a speed guy, a vertical element, and then, the fallback plan when that didn't happen is Elijah Moore. I do think most of it is pretty cut and dry. Most of it is pretty easy to see what happened and along the way people got mad, which is actually normal for football. That's another thing that happens here is we'll talk about how if McDermott and Beane, or if Beane or if Allen's yelling at his offensive line, or if some coach is yelling at a player, it's a competitive environment that tempers will flare. To back up what you think is a normal thing that happens, I think, probably all the time. And the difference is, from the NFL community, you just almost never see it. Think about how much we got out of Diggs raising his arms at Allen twice, which it never came out what was said. It was a lot of inferring what was said, and that's a major problem. I mean, these behind the scenes spats and arguments between coaches and players across the league. The Eagles, what? Who is it? Some guy said the Eagles had to trade A.J. Brown because he read a book on the sideline.
Yeah.
I got to get rid of him. You've lost control of your locker room. A.J. Brown's reading a book.
I mean, Sirianni got into it with players like 9 times during the season on the sidelines.
Dust-ups and conflicts are probably a lot more normal than we really understand or know.
Sure.
And this one came out on the radio. And, I also want to acknowledge that everybody calling and saying we did a good job is a road game for him. He comes here, you listen to us, you know us. It's a road game. So I want to give him his flowers, his credit for standing up for what he believes in, too. 803-0550 on WGR. Question itself, grateful or upset?
Right.
Like, are you more great? When you think about this time, are you grateful or upset? 803-0550. That was their conversation yesterday. I heard this question and I loved it. Because my answer is, if there was a slider, 100 to one side, 100 to the other, grateful or upset, where am I? This may come as a surprise to some of you. My answer is 100-0 grateful. It's not close. I want to even go so far as to say, I'm not upset. Maybe I'm not upset enough because I'm so grateful. Sure, we talk about how they could be better. What could they do? Let's get to these games. And then we get to those games, and when they win or they lose, I am eternally grateful for living in this era of the Bills. I think the drought brought me to a land of course I want them to win the Super Bowl. It would be the greatest thing ever. But you can't get me to even tick that slider more than 5 points to the upset side. Upset? When they lost to the Texans, I know people were devastated. I came in the next day, I'm like, I'm so happy to have been a part of it. It was a playoff game. And the AFC Championship games, I mean, listen, losing to the Chiefs is getting old. And I'm getting annoyed at them, the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's frustration involved, but it is not close for me. The GM can get mad at me for wanting receivers, and we can argue with each other about the value of guards. But at the end of the day, I work in the place where we watch Josh Allen do magic things, and I think back to the people that watched this team in the '90s. Sure, other people can walk into the room and say, "Oh, 4 straight Super Bowls," and that hurts to lose those. But are you crazy? You have to have lived through that. That's the point. You never get guaranteed championships. It's why anytime anybody asks me, would you want a championship? I can never know that I'm going to get one. The whole idea is the chase. The whole idea is, will we ever get there? Will they ever do it? It's the most dramatic television show there is. It's a community, unifying experience, and we're all on the ride together. And I am endlessly grateful that we have a good era of football to talk about. We'll talk with Nick the Railbird from Batavia Downs coming up at 9:30. Get our official pick in on the the Kentucky Derby. Should be a Buffalo Derby. Let's have a Buffalo Derby.
Yeah?
Let's get some horses.
Can they get that at the new stadium?
You know which NFL player is going to be doing Derby stuff on like NFL.com? A content creator at the Derby is Xavier Legette.
Really?
Why no Ed Oliver?
He's a horse racing guy?
Yeah, Xavier Legette loves horses.
Yeah.
Ed loves horses.
Ed Oliver
Let's get
definitely
Ed
does.
Oliver to the Derby.
Yeah.
You literally
Is
see
he
him riding horses in the street.
Yeah.
Is he like horse racing, though, or just like he just likes to, ride him himself?
Horses that don't race?
Yeah. He should be involved, though, in some degree. Xavier Legette.
Yeah, Xavier Legette going to the Derby. I don't know if it's for NBC. I just saw the NFL account tweeting it out.
Yeah.
Picking up a social side gig for the 2025 Kentucky Derby. He is going to be the NFL's social correspondent. So, yeah. In a video featuring him, he and his buds Steve and Ronnie, and appropriately enough, a thoroughbred racehorse.
You know what goes great with a mint julep is raccoon soup.
That's right.
Or whatever Xavier Legette cooks. He cooks raccoon. For those that don't know,
would try it.
It's crazy. Would not try an egg salad sandwich, but would try raccoon.
I would try raccoon.
Prepared by Panthers wide receiver Xavier Legette.
Yes, I would try that soup. I would try it. I'm ready for it. 803-0550, Sam Monson, the Check the Mic podcast on the Bills' defense. The Bills building a fortress on that side of the ball. We'll chat with Sam Monson coming up here on WGR.
Like, where were the areas they were bad? The third down defense, whenever they would kick into a lot of man coverage, especially, right, like at the end of the year, that became evident. Is it athleticism? Is it you just didn't have it? One thing they got a lot of credit for, having to rely on it might be the reason. What's something that this defensive staff gets credit for a lot, and rightfully so, it is they coach guys up that were not highly picked, like Cam Lewis over the years and Jamarcus Ingram and DeMar Hamlin. I mean, really, that's a lot of the answer. Look at a lot of the players that are, especially in the secondary, that are being asked to play roles. There are a lot of undrafted guys and later picks. And I think when you have a defense full of guys like that, you're just not going to be as athletic. You're not going to have as many of the tools, maybe, as some of the stud high picks are going to have. So when I see they're bad on third down, and I see Kansas City pick them apart when they wanted to play man coverage last year, knowing that Elam was one of those guys, and that's not true of him. He is the tools guy that didn't work out. I feel like it was an athleticism problem. And it was a problem that they just had too many of we coached this guy up to be responsible and know our system. You said too many of those guys playing at the same time.
And they did coach him up.
They did. Like, all of those individually. Cam Lewis as an individual story for the Bills is a good story. So is Ingram even. And so is, Benford is a great story. Hamlin is, of course, there's other layers to him. But him playing as a 6th-round pick for 2 different years is a good story. But their lack of blue chippers and lack of top 100 talent guys. Part of it is on defense. You've got a lot of players that are punching above their weight.
The stat of the day, because it's about the 5th-year option and something we think about the draft. And this is also going to be something
29, by the way.
Perfect. He fits right into this. This actually, Elam was taken 25th. They traded up 25 for him. 23rd. Okay.
I got from that year. 23rd for Elam, 25 for Linderbaum, 27 for Devin Lloyd. Strange.
Linderbaum,
29.
we went over yesterday, is a case of the offensive lineman 5th-year option being bad for centers. So there's
Lewis Seen 32, by the way, also.
Okay, safety Lewis Seen. There's going to be some noise in this, but, and I wonder if we'll eventually get to this spot, because heading into most drafts, we did this. The Bills are picking at 30. Will someone want to trade up to 30? If there's a quarterback, they could take the quarterback and get the 5th-year option. And Warren Sharp put this out. So every year the talk is the end of the first round, teams will come back in to get a 5th-year option on a player. Now, the way that works, for anybody out there that might not know, it's just this. your first-round draft picks are under contract for 4 years. You can take an option to have it be a 5th year. Mm-hmm. The Bills they did that with Rousseau. Then you can re-sign him. Mm-hmm. Or they didn't do it with Rousseau. They could have done it with Rousseau. Right?
The 5th-year option?
Are they?
Yeah, the last year they did, didn't they?
Okay,
he was going into his 5th-year option season, and they signed him before he even got to it.
That's right. He never played on the 5th-year option. Sorry, let me start again. After 3 years, you decide, are you picking up the option for the 5th year? The player plays the 4th, and then the 5th-year option is there, but sometimes you negotiate that away.
Right.
For instance, next year the Bills will have a decision on Dalton Kincaid. Does he play on the 5th-year option? Do you give that there just as a placeholder? It's kind of like a mini franchise tag for your draft picks.
Yep, for your first-round draft picks.
Yes, first round only. Anyway, Warren Sharp, since the creation of this, the 5th-year option, 12 years ago, there have been 59 players selected between 28 and 32.
Okay.
There's going to be 1 year like a voided pick in there, so that's
okay.
31% of the players picked 28 or later get a 5th-year option.
That's it?
That's it. 31%.
That's not a lot.
Yeah, you're less than 1 in 3 chance if you're a guy taking 28th to 32 to get your 5th-year option. Again, there could be a couple different things in here why. It could be because teams take positions that are a little less savings on that.
Right. Americans are through to the next round of the playoffs. They get another win yesterday over Syracuse. They sweep the series in 3 in the best of 5. And Devin Levi had back-to-back shutouts to win it for the Amerks. In the NHL playoffs last night, Toronto gets through Ottawa. It took them 6 games. They'll play Florida in round 2. Vegas and Edmonton also advanced yesterday. They will be each other's opponents in the second round, McDavid versus Eichel. And the Avalanche force a Game 7 with a 7-4 win over the Dallas Stars. In the NBA playoffs, the Knicks winning over the Pistons shoots them to the second round. They win in 6. Clippers and Nuggets will go to a Game 7 after LA won last night. In the NFL, report from NFL Network that if the Dolphins cannot trade Jalen Ramsey, that the expectation is they will find a way to release him in May or June, and that is going to be a relationship that comes to an end one way or another. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Big Dion, man, that may be the steal of the draft. I don't know. Right, but it could be, man. The kid is a unicorn. The young man, in terms of his size, his athleticism, right, his ability, football intelligence, man. He sees the game very well. There's another one that kind of fought through some things, had some adversity, man. I think it was good for him to go through that, and I think it'll make him a better player on the back half of his career.
Kentucky's defensive coordinator on Deion Walker there, Bill's 4th-round pick. Traded up to 109 to grab the big man who had a back injury, had a productive 2023. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR on a overcast Friday. It's going to rain a bit this weekend, dodging rain in and out. We're going to get to Sam Monson, who joins us on the Wester Hotline, chat a bit about this Bills draft, what they got, and how things look. And Sam Monson on the Wester Hotline, he of the Check the Mic podcast with Steve Palazzolo. Sam, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. How are you today?
Doing well. How about you guys?
We're all right. We're all right. It's been a busy week here in Buffalo talking about this draft. And, the Bills, of course, have sky-high expectations, as is normally the case, and focus their their draft efforts, on rebuilding a defense and more specifically on overhauling their front seven with a lot of new faces in here.
Yeah, they did. That was clearly an area that they targeted, and I think they got pretty good value doing that through the mid-rounds as well. So it was clearly an area that they were intent on going after, but I think that the value matched up, which doesn't always happen in the draft.
Which pick did you like the most? I mean, we can start Maxwell Harrison in the first round, T.J. Sanders in the second, Landon Jackson. I feel like that's a big name people are focusing in on because Jackson had thought to be maybe a early second round guy, and the Bills get him in the third.
Yeah, I think that would probably be my favorite for that reason. Landon Jackson's he's an intriguing player. I mean, he gave a lot of very good players major problems. The game against Will Campbell, the LSU offensive tackle who just went to the Patriots, that was one of the worst games on Will Campbell's tape. Landon Jackson gave him real problems and arguably sort of exposed better than anybody the lack of length and the lack of wingspan that Will Campbell brings to the table. Obviously, those are traits that Landon Jackson has at his size and was able to use them definitively and extremely well against Will Campbell. I think Landon Jackson could be a better player in the NFL than he was in college as well. I think that they didn't necessarily play to his strengths as well as they could at Arkansas. They almost kind of looked at his size and went, well, you're more of a power rusher. You're going to play inside, But actually, if you watch a lot of his wins, his best work came threatening the edge. And he showed with the pre-combine process, the athleticism is there as well. Like, he's not just a big, slow, lumbering type of power player. He's a guy that has got the speed and dynamism and explosiveness to threaten the edge, and I think he's got the moves to do it as well. So I kind of think that if Landon Jackson gets turned loose a little bit by a defensive line coach, he can be even more effective.
Yeah, does it feel like the only reason he maybe fell, unless you think there's something else, why he kind of fell to the third round is just that he's super stiff, and some people think maybe that doesn't translate to the NFL?
Yeah, exactly. I think there were a couple of sort of little concerns. The stiffness definitely one. I think the overall production wasn't spectacular as well. Like, this was a strange edge rusher group where every single one of the top guys, once you got beyond Abdul Carter, seemed to have some kind of red flag, like something to be scared of, whether it's lack of production, whether it's off field, whether it's attitude. Like, everybody had something that was causing you to at least second guess yourself. Landon Jackson, like, everything is pretty spectacular except the short shuttle in terms of athleticism. And that's obviously a kind of change of direction metric, but the three-cone was good. So I think he may have trouble stop-start change of direction, but I think he's actually got the bend to be able to attack the edge and get around the corner.
What about the Hairston pick in round one? And if he is a player that is able to produce and play for the Bills right away, fastest 40 at the combine, smaller, but in theory you would hope he could give them a man coverage ability that they didn't have last year. I guess if he hits as a pick even in year one, what do you think he could provide to the Bills defense that would help in a playoff game and situations that they didn't have a guy like that?
Yeah, well, I think he's not scheme-specific. I think he can play in man or zone. When I was watching his tape, there were a couple of early sort of blown coverages in cover three last year that made me worried and thinking maybe he is just a kind of man cover corner only. But the more the season went on, I think he does have a good feel for zone coverage. He makes some really nice breaks on the ball in a pick six against Ohio State, rather. There was a really nice pass where he kind of came off one threat, broke on the second one, took it to the house. I think he works for any scheme and actually is a guy that lets you change the scheme week to week. You can play man coverage against a particular team. You can play heavy zone the next week, and he still fits into the defense. That elite speed you talked about, he not only was he the fastest 40 time at the combine for corners, but it was the fastest sort of miles per hour figure that anybody hit as well when you start looking at the tracking data stuff. And it shows up on tape. I mean, he sometimes, these 40 times you can't necessarily see the speed when they're playing. His speed is visible all the time when you're watching him play. There was plays against Texas where those guys were able to get separation and beat him deep, but he chewed it back up. Like he was able to make up that gap with closing speed when the ball's in the air. He's got really good jumping skills as well. Like he can elevate at the catch point and swat away a pass, 39.5-inch vertical, but he also seems to have hang time with that. He can get up and stay there. I think he's got all the tools to be a really good high-end cornerback. There's still, I think, some little technique things that need to be cleaned up, but I think he's got the potential to be a really good corner.
Sam Monson joining us on the Worcester Hotline. Sam, one thing about the draft that's always kind of fun, and a piece of it is that different teams have different schemes and needs and what they might want in a player. And this was a big conversation on here, the one technique player for the Bills. We kind of wondered if they would go that direction, and ultimately they really didn't. Even the big guy they got in the 4th round is not thought to be that kind of player. It kind of gets to conceptually pass and stop the pass, which is something we've seen from these Bills. And, as we look at their defense and how they built it out through this draft and through free agency, looks like a defensive line that wants to disrupt the pass game and athletic corners that are going to try and shut teams down in the pass game and lean on that strength, which is what they've been built on for almost a decade at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be attacking defense. One technique's the nose tackle position. It's gone under a kind of significant overhaul in the NFL in the last 25 years. We think of old school 3-4 nose tackles like Ted Washington, these, monstrous guys that did not necessarily have the incredible movement skills, and they were just there to occupy space and occupy blockers and chew up 2 gaps. People don't really play that way anymore at all, really. So nose tackles have become slightly different players, and maybe there's still the occasion where you ask them to do a little bit more than one gap, a kind of gap and a half type of attacking defense, but generally they're expected to be mobile. They're expected to fill a gap to attack a blocker at the point. And as long as everybody is capable of doing that, you have gap sound defense. So I think there's been this move away from multiple gapping, big body defensive linemen towards a kind of collective approach to defending the run. Now, maybe that's going to swing back as teams try and use more too high coverage shells, and you're taking a guy out of the box and you need to make up that gap somewhere. But for the moment, I think every defense effectively is happy to defend the run with sort of individual gap defense. But you still need the players that can do that. You still need the players that can win one-on-one against an offensive lineman or against a blocker. And I think that's what the Bills have been trying to upgrade.
Yeah. Sam Monson of Check the Mic podcast with Steve Palazzolo. On that, hearing you talk about the attacking defense and some of the skill sets that Hairston provides. Last year, Sam, the Bills were, they were great on 1st and 2nd down, 4th in EPA per play on defense on 1st and 2nd down, but they're 29th on 3rd down. They just couldn't get teams off the field. And trying to think about what they were last year versus this year and hearing you talk about it, is that one area you would expect them to just naturally be better because of the additions that they've made?
Yeah, I think they've really beefed up the defensive front, the defensive line. That's going to help across the board. And then it's going to depend on how quickly Hairston becomes a really good player. And that can take some time for young cornerbacks. It's not always hitting the ground running and becoming a really good player right out of the gate. It might take him a while to do that. But the defensive front being improved will help the back end as well. It's a symbiotic relationship with pass rush and coverage. The better your pass rush, the better your defensive front, the less time those guys have to cover on the back end, the easier their job is. So I think overall this is a draft that will help that area.
Sam Monson on the Western Hotline. Sam, one thing about this Bills team that they are counting on, and they probably could be reasonably doing this, is the offense basically doing it again. They swapped out 2 receivers and 2 guys have come in. Josh Palmer and Elijah Moore in, Amari Cooper and Mac Hollins out. But Brandon Beane is, of course, bullish on the idea that this offense can do what it did last year with Joe Brady and Josh Allen running the show, and I think there's a lot of reason to believe that they can do it again.
Yeah, I think there is. I mean, the Bills are one of a few teams in the NFL who fall into the category of your baseline is exceptionally high because you start off with Josh Allen, right? Same with Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, same with the Bengals and Joe Burrow. Generally speaking, if those guys stay healthy for the season, and if there's anything around them, the baseline is going to be extremely productive and extremely imposing. And the players that left from Buffalo in terms of those receivers, they're not guys that you can't replace. They're not guys that you would expect to have a massive swing. Whereas if Cincinnati lost Jamar Chase, that would have a massive impact on what you expect that offense to do. So, yeah, you would expect, I think, this team to come in and Josh Allen to execute the offense and this offense to still remain incredibly productive.
How do you see how they treat that position and how they prioritize it, invest in it? Since they trade Diggs away, there's a couple of mid-level free agent contracts, Coleman. To you, are there clear teams that, like Tampa picking Ibuka this past year, where you look at them and go, that team clearly is going all out for receiver all the time, and there might be other teams like the Bills that, might treat it more on par with other positions?
I don't have a problem with their level of investment in the receiver position, and I tend to think of it like if you look at the offense as a whole, or sort of skill position players, receivers as a bracket term, because Dalton Kincaid needs to be into that equation as well. Even Dawson Knox, and they have a lot of players that tick the bucket of being receivers, even if they're not technically wide receivers. What confuses me about their approach to it is like a steadfast refusal to target any kind of X wide receiver. That specific position designation within the receiver skill set. It's almost like they were scarred so much by Stephon Diggs. It's like, we're never going to get an X receiver again. We're going to instead target a bunch of Z receivers and slot receivers and tight ends and everything but an X. And that's fine. It's working. It's not like you can criticize them and say, look, this is a critical flaw within this offense. It's going to be the reason they don't win Super Bowls. But it is a missing skill set within this offense. Like, they don't have anybody that can do the things that Stephon Diggs did at his peak within this offense. When they drafted Keon Coleman in the first round, or when they drafted Keon Coleman, rather, at that bottom of the first round, top of the second area, he didn't fit that mold. And people sort of, he was a polarizing draft prospect because he wasn't that clear-cut X receiver skill set. And that always creates the issue of, like, well, what is that guy's value if you have a different role for him? And as soon as he was drafted by Buffalo, it kind of raised alarm bells a little bit because people were like, well, that's not exactly where he should play. And immediately they kind of came out and said, yeah, he's going to play that X receiver role. I think he's still a good receiver. This is not a knock on Keon Coleman, but I think his rookie season has already kind of shown that he does not really belong in that specific role. So it's just an interesting approach that they have either just not found one of those guys that they really like and instead just keep adding, players that they like that don't have that skill set, or are deliberately ignoring that specific skill set. But the lack of X receiver within this offense is confusing to me.
Sam Monson on the Western Hotline chatting with us. Sam, how about the rest of let's check AFC, because one of the things about the draft is it's every team's opportunity to kind of chart the course of their future, and the Bills are trying to just, get over that final hurdle or two. Which team maybe also in that bucket do you like? You want to conclude the contenders here. Cincinnati, who missed the playoffs. Jacksonville, who kind of starts from the bottom after a bad year. Baltimore, who's, final hurdle. Who in the AFC did you really like their draft?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, from Buffalo's point of view, Kansas City might have had the best draft in the NFL. I love their draft pretty much start to finish. I think they got extremely good value with almost every pick. The picks that didn't necessarily represent good value, I still think were excellent players. So, they did a similar job to Buffalo in terms of beefing up their defensive line. They added corner depth. They got a steal in a guy like Jalen Royals, the wide receiver from Utah State, in the fourth round. And even in the seventh round, a guy like Rashad Smith, I mean, he's going to be labeled as a situational scat back, a receiving third down type of back, because he's a recent wide receiver convert. But I actually think he could be much more than that based off his tape. He's got really impressive ability, actually, to run inside and run between the tackles. He's sort of still learning that part of the game because he's still so new at it. But it wouldn't shock me if he ended up being a surprise, useful, contributing player as a 7th-round pick. So, yeah, I think Kansas City had a really good draft, and they kind of needed one. Like, this was not a draft that they could have afforded to have a really kind of terrible distribution of picks.
Yeah, definitely not something Bills fans want to hear. I think it added to that theme. I heard you on your show either earlier in the week or last talk about the New England you think had a good draft too?
Yeah, I mean, I think New England have had a really good offseason. Now, obviously, they're coming from a much lower starting point than Buffalo or Kansas City. But when you factor in free agency was interesting because they brought in a bunch of good players that weren't at the positions of need that they had. Obviously, arguably still the worst offensive line and the worst wide receiver room in the NFL heading into the offseason, and they didn't really attack that too hard in free agency. Instead, the money went towards guys like Milton Williams on the defensive line, but they needed those as well. I mean, this was just a bad football team. That's why they were picking where they were in the draft. But so that kind of boxed them into a corner a little bit going into the draft. They needed to attack specific needs, and I think that's how you end up drafting a guy like Will Campbell 4th overall. Will Campbell's a really good player, but between the arm length, the wingspan, and his tape is good, but it's not great. It's not as clean as a guy like Joe Alt from a couple of years ago. You still end up drafting him at 4 overall because they just had to make that pick. But once you get beyond that, TreVeyon Henderson is a good player and a massive upgrade. If just as a pass-protecting running back, like a blitz pickup artist, that guy's phenomenal. Kyle Williams in the 3rd round, I think, is a steal at receiver. Jared Wilson later on in that 3rd round, I think he could end up starting for them as well in the offensive line. And then even later on in the draft, they kept going with the defensive line as well. Braden Swinson in the 5th round from LSU has the potential to be an absolute steal. There's a reason he fell to the 5th round. Like, he butted heads with coaches at LSU, and there's some sort of attitude question marks because of that. But on the field, that guy has sort of similar tape to Landon Jackson in terms of where he belonged. Early day 2, maybe even he could sneak into the end of the 1st round based off his tape. So if they're able to keep him together and he's a good sort of fit culturally, the 5th round could be a complete steal for him.
Sam, what do you make of Travis Hunter?
Travis, I mean, he's a unique player. Like, it's difficult to overstate, and we have to keep reinforcing it. Like, the problem with the draft is it's oversaturation. We hear the same thing over and over and over again, and everyone's kind of sick of it by now. But we can't, overlook just how freaky it is for a guy to be playing, top 5, top 10, wherever you want to put the line, but it's top 10 somewhere. The top 10 wide receiver and cornerback in the country at the same time, playing both ways, playing 100-plus snaps a game. This is all ridiculous. Like, this has never happened for decades, going back to, the time when everybody was a two-way player. But, even guys that we think of Champ Bailey and Chris Gamble and all those guys, Charles Woodson, they didn't do that. They played a package or a small group of plays on the other side of the ball. They didn't play every single down effectively both sides, and that's what Travis Hunter was doing. And he was the best player on either side of the ball for Colorado and one of the best in the country. So that is basically unprecedented, certainly unprecedented in the modern era. It is utterly ridiculous. And if he's able to keep doing that at the NFL level, the value proposition that brings is off the charts as well. I mean, he could become the only player outside of the quarterback position to start getting close to a quarterback's value, because he could theoretically provide the value of 2 different players at the same time. Now, we don't know if he's going to be able to keep doing that at the NFL. There are guys that are exceptional college players that aren't able to do the same thing at the NFL level, just playing one side of the ball. So who knows what his future will actually look like. But it's why I think you can't treat him the way, normal players are treated. So Jacksonville gave up a lot to go get him. And while I probably wouldn't have made that move, I'd be too scared of the risk associated, and I would kind of bank on the idea that 3 players will probably end up being better than the one Travis Hunter most of the time. I understand the gamble. I mean, the potential payoff, if Travis Hunter is able to keep doing in the NFL what he was doing in college, is astronomical.
Sam Monson of the Check the Mic podcast with Steve Palazzolo. Sam, thanks very much for the time.
Anytime, guys. Take it easy.
All right, Sam Monson. Love the work he does. He and Steve Palazzolo there. Again, the Check the Mic podcast. One thing I was thinking about Travis Hunter for your dynasty conversations.
Mm-hmm.
He might be one of the best receivers in football, but dynasty is not about talent. Dynasty is about usage.
Mm-hmm.
Or whatever. All fantasy football is about usage. This is fantasy football. It's about usage. And
yeah,
will he get the targets? And beyond that, his injury risk would have to be considered to be significantly higher than any other fantasy football player you have. Would it not?
Yes.
You are playing.
He's just playing more.
You are tackling people. You are playing defense.
Right.
You are hitting people. And if you draft, you're a toss-up, Ted McMillan or Travis Hunter. You might say Travis Hunter's a better player and is going to get 50 more points projected in a year, 150 more points, but what's his injury risk? To me, that'd be the thing, the only thing that would make me think, ooh, what do we do here? Let's get a caller in here. Teddy in Chicago. Hey, Teddy, what's up?
Hi there. Me and my dad love the show, and you already know we're representing Bills Mafia out here in Chicago. And we're in the car right now, and I just want to ask you, what do you think our biggest room for improvement is on our defense after the draft?
You mean positionally?
Like what they have left to do?
Or what they have to do like, in practice?
I'd say positionally. Personally, I think the safeties need a little help. Maybe they can move a cornerback that we have now, or like, because we have a few now. We have a few cornerbacks now, so maybe they'll move one to safety.
Thanks, Teddy.
Yeah.
To that. All right, so I think safety is the answer. I mean, at edge, they have enough bodies. Hopefully they can get good play out of their edge.
Yep.
Defensive tackle, they still might be a little light there.
Yeah, like
let's see what
on
what happens
paper
with
they
Dwayne
could
Carter.
still use another big body one tech guy, but the numbers now are like, who are you cutting for that guy? You cutting Dwayne Carter to go sign off the street a 330-pound nose tackle? Sam just talked about how that's kind of been obsolete. So
wouldn't the answer be that you're more likely to cut one of these edges because you have too many guys? That's the thing about this.
Yeah.
They've got 6 weeks to figure this out because of the suspensions to Ogunjobi. I forgot about Ogunjobi. Maybe
Ogunjobi.
Yeah.
I think they're done. I think they're done on the defensive line.
Yeah, safety is probably it for me. Safety is a position that when we got into the draft week, I made the case and I would have absolutely supported the idea of Malachi Starks. Would have totally supported that. Had they done that.
Let's play the game this way. A star player becomes available, demands a trade tomorrow at position blank. Where are we thinking where would we be arguing the Bills should go after that guy?
Defensively?
If it was a safety, I think we would be, wouldn't we?
Yep.
A star safety becomes available tomorrow.
Yep.
We're talking about going and getting that guy. A star linebacker becomes available tomorrow.
Probably not.
Star corner, probably not.
Corner's almost definitely no.
And then
edge is almost an always yes. At that position, it's an always yes.
No matter what you have.
Pretty much. Always yes at edge.
So edge and safety.
Yeah.
A star player tomorrow becomes available. I think those are the two positions you would say, yeah, they should go get that.
Yeah. 803-0550. Thanks, Teddy, for the phone call. And, on the other part of it, I guess there's the position, then there's in practice. In practice, what do they have to do? Force more punts.
Get off the field on third downs.
That's getting off the field.
Yeah.
Force more punts.
Yep.
Turnovers, not exactly sustainable. Forcing punts, that is something that year over year, if you're really good defensively, get the ball back for your offense. Punts are turnovers. So force more punts. Get off the field. 803-0550. The revamped front seven that is, among Bills fans, I think, despite the conversation and what might be suggested for the next few months, this revamped front seven comes as one of the better ideas. I think we came into the offseason thinking they're going to remake their front four, front seven to a degree. I guess it really is front four. I mean, the only reason I say seven is because of what Michael Hoyt brings. Like he's like that piece they can move different places. But yeah, revamping the front four makes a lot of sense. Pretty much everybody supported it going into the offseason and still does. You can give us a ring if you want. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Like, where were the areas they were bad? The third down defense, whenever they would kick into a lot of man coverage, especially, right, like at the end of the year, that became evident. Is it athleticism? Is it you just didn't have it? You know, one thing they got a lot of credit for, having to rely on it might be the reason. What's something that this defensive staff gets credit for a lot, and rightfully so, it is they coach guys up that were not highly picked, like Cam Lewis over the years, and Jamarcus Ingram, and DeMar Hamlin. I mean, really, that's a lot of the answer. Look at a lot of the players that are, especially in the secondary, that are being asked to play roles. There are a lot of undrafted guys and later picks. And I think when you have a defense full of guys like that, you're just not going to be as athletic. You're not going to have as many of the tools, maybe, as some of the stud high picks are going to have. So when I see that they're bad on third down, and I see Kansas City pick them apart when they wanted to play man coverage last year, knowing that Elam was one of those guys, and that's not true of him. He is the tools guy that didn't work out. I feel like it was an athleticism problem. And it was a problem that they just had too many of we coached this guy up to be responsible and know our system. You said too many of those guys playing at the same time.
And they did coach him up.
They did. Like, all of those individual. Cam Lewis as an individual story for the Bills is a good story. So is Ingram even. And so is, Benford is a great story. Hamlin is, of course, there's other layers to him. But him playing as a 6th-round pick for 2 different years is a good story. But their lack of blue chippers and lack of top 100 talent guys. Part of it is on defense. You've got a lot of players that are punching above their weight.
All right, so to that point, the Patriots. I don't think it's a spicy take to pick New England to finish second in this division. Maybe they don't get there. Maybe they do. They are playing a last-place schedule. And I did a real quick, this isn't Howard picks the Bills, Jeremy picks the Patriots. This is just, I picked... Look, all right, what can they do?
Yeah.
And I think I casually got to 10 for the Patriots.
Casually?
Casually. You want to do it real quick?
Sure, yeah.
Is 10 the right number? All right, hold up your 10 fingers, count them down, knock them off as you want, everybody out there at home. Can the Patriots get to 10 wins?
Okay.
All right, in the division, how many are they going to win?
In the division?
In the division. Jets
They're
and Dolphins.
They're going to win 3.
3, okay. The number is 7. Browns.
Win.
6. Falcons.
Where's the game?
New England.
Win.
5. Giants.
Win.
4. Panthers.
Yikes. Win.
3. Steelers.
Where's the game?
New England.
Man.
You don't have to do it. I said I casually got there.
Win. I don't like Pittsburgh this year.
2. Raiders.
Give me the Raiders.
Okay.
The Raiders could be
still got to find 2. Titans.
Win.
Saints.
Win.
Done.
Man, I don't like that. That felt too easy.
Did not get to. I left out the harder ones because the order matters. Bengals, Bucks, Ravens. But 3 in the division, like I said, a casual. I don't think 10 is nuts for them. I don't think it's nuts at all.
I guess you're right.
Last place schedule.
None of those. They'll lose to a couple of those teams, but they also might mix in a win or 2 against the harder ones. So
and they're going,
maybe it evens out.
They're going from a coach that I think was overmatched to a coach that has won and has been pretty good.
It's all for them going to be
Drake May.
How well have they done to surround Drake May?
Right. It is, of course, Derby weekend, Kentucky Oaks today as well. So horse racing season is upon us. It began before this, but, on the big stage on NBC, all that, and at Batavia Downs as well. We've got going out this weekend on Saturday from 2 to 5. Brian Cozy will be live from Batavia Downs. So that's 2 to 5 tomorrow here on WGR, special edition of Sports Talk Saturday for the Kentucky Derby. And joining us on the Western Hotline is Nick the Railbird to talk to us about the picks, the horses, the bets, what we're going to do. Nick, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Happy Kentucky Oaks Day.
Hey, happy Oaks Day. And good to talk to you guys. Getting ready for the big race, and Mother Nature, I think, is going to play a little havoc with us.
Yeah, you think so? Havoc today, tomorrow, the whole weekend? What are we looking at?
Yeah, we're looking at today, thunder showers, and it's going to rain tonight, and it looks like it's going to rain right till about 4, some thunderstorms tomorrow. So I think it's a high probability of off track, and whether it's good, sloppy, or muddy is anybody's guess.
All right. So how good is it at accepting rain? And I mean, I almost want to ask this about a football field as well, because it's not just that it rains, it's just how many races go on that dirt before the Derby actually runs. So how will that all factor in?
Yeah, they groom it with trucks and rakes in between races. But, what happens, it's very important for, especially the serious handicappers, what part of that track. The jockeys will get used to know whether the track, sometimes it gets real deep and the water drains to the inside. And then they'll know that before the big race. And then if you see certain, horses that go in the middle of the racetrack or go wider, they've probably found a spot that they know is a little bit firmer and not as deep, running in sand or running in mud. You know how that is as a person, just as difficult for a horse. So you got to keep your eyes open. You're going to see some different type of racing, I think, in the Derby if this rain comes to fruition.
Nick, if this is a dumb question, I'm prepared for it, but do some horses do better in mud because of experience, or is it because of, mindset, training? Mindset. Is it just that some don't like it? How do you get through all this? By the time they're this old, do you know who's good and who's not?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. Believe it or not, pedigree comes into play. Some horses, they're actually bred, and there are ratings, and which we'll talk about a little bit, and go by the experience. Remember, these are babies. They're 3 years old. And some horses, when you have a really good, expensive 3-year-old, if it's an off track going up to the Derby, you don't want to risk injury. You will for the $5 million purse. Not that they want to get hurt, but if your horse has never been experienced on the off track, I kind of, raises my concern. And journalism, the probable favorite, has never been on an off track.
All right, so this might be an opportunity to avoid the favorite?
Yes, and you've read my mind very well. I'll just jump in a little bit on it. I'm going to base this as there's a very high probability it's going to be not a fast track. And to that point, I said this even on a fast track, it's not a question of if, it's when a Japanese racehorse is going to win. And I believe Luxor Cafe, the number 7, who's currently sitting at 14-1, is my pick. He has actually raced on an off track 4 times in Japan, has won 3 and lost by a neck. He is a stout closer. He has got a rider you've never heard of from Hong Kong, but he's one of the world-class riders. He checks all the boxes. He won his last race by 5 lengths, going away, graded stakes in Japan and Hong Kong. And I think you're going to get a good price. And he's a closer, and I think he'll be closing fastest of all.
How about the post position? Not one that you would avoid there?
No, I mean, the 7's not bad. I mean, I don't think I want to be along the rail. I mean, we know that's a curse, and normally on any track, and that's going to be, Citizen Bull, who, by the way, is going to be the controlling speed now that, Rodriguez has been scratched. And, again, the 21 horse comes into play, and he's kind of like a wise guy horse, Carrera, and he's coming in from the 21 post. He just scratched Rodriguez at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Baeza, how do you say that name?
Yeah, Baeza, you're right.
Baeza, all right.
You mentioned Luxor Cafe is your favorite, and that isn't that a more common path now that we're seeing more and more as these horses coming over from these tracks in Japan and then having success at the Derby?
Forever Young, if he didn't get pushed and shoved actually by the jockey, I think he would have won last year's race. I think what you find is, they say they're, the Japanese horses. We got to be careful with that. Horse is bred in Kentucky. He is owned by a Japanese individual. This horse, they're figuring out, the trainers in Japan, they want to win the big race here in America. And I think over the past few years, they have figured out what they need to do. They're much more competitive than they were 5-6 years ago. And I think this off-track is really going to play in favor of Luxor Cafe.
Nick the Railbird joining us. Batavia Downs has their event going on, the Derby Party, $35 Derby deal. Includes $25 free play, a $5 wager on the Derby, a Derby program, and lots of stuff going on there. Drink specials, $5 mint juleps, $3 16-ounce domestic drafts. So lots going on at Batavia Downs, and Brian Koziel will be there. If you want to go more than just the winner, who are we pairing in there? Who are the horses you think are in the mix if we're throwing a 2, 3, or 4 horse bet down?
Yeah, Tistastic, the 14 horse. I think he's got a good shot. He won his last race with Joel Rosario up the Louisiana Derby. I think the number 9 horse, Burnham Square, Brian Hernandez Jr., Ian Wilkes trained. And you got to throw, I think journalism will hit the board someplace, but my knock on him, he's never left California. These last 3 races, he's only raced against 5 horses, not 20 or 19 other horses. And I think for the first time, to your point earlier, you had a great point. You're going to get mud kicked in your face, in your eyes, and it's a whole different animal, no pun intended, when you run on an off track.
Nick, when you say the favorite you think will get on the board, is it just this is definitely the most talented horse, just maybe not the great conditions?
Yeah, he's the most talented. He's got the best speed figures, but he hasn't had a lot of traffic. I mean, he's run against 4 other opponents in his last 3 starts, where you're going to have 19 other horses in this race, and then you have to navigate through traffic. And I just think that, again, a lot of this is going to depend on the jockeys, where the horses sit, and you don't want to be too far behind, but you also want to be able. And he's never been on an off track, so you throw all those things in. We know that famous line, the best team doesn't always win, right? Mm-hmm.
Right. All right, so we like Luxor Cafe to win. We like the 9, the 14,
and the 8.
And the 8.
All right.
Do
you have any? We've kind of adopted Owen Almighty as our morning show host because of our Owen Parker here. Do you have any thoughts on the 20 horse?
Would be a complete surprise. I'd be candid with you. Okay. But, hey, listen, your opinion's the one that counts. But, anything can happen. Remember Rich Strike a couple of years ago.
Yep. All right. Thanks, Nick.
Anytime, guys. Looking forward to speaking to you again.
All right, Nick the Railbird on the Derby. Again, special edition of Sports Talk Saturday, after Sports Talk Saturday. It'll be from 2 to 5 at Batavia Downs. And the 151st Kentucky Derby, Superfecta Specials. What's your flavor? What kind of bet? Superfecta, exacta box, trifecta box?
I'm still not always 100% clear on what all those are, so I usually just bet the favorite.
Okay.
Or not bet the favorite, bet the winner.
I can tell you. I can tell you what all this means and how it works. What's the question?
What's an exacto? I know is that's the exact order in which they're going to come in.
Yeah. So I'll just do this in the FanDuel app. An exacta is you're picking who finishes first and second.
Right.
To box that means you get all the horses that you pick in any combination of first and second.
Right.
This is actually where, when you learned in math class, I don't even remember computations or permutations and all, where they would put the boxes up.
Yeah.
So if you have 6 horses in an exacta box, that's 6 times 5. That's 30 combinations of first and second.
Right.
So that's how it costs you on a $2 bet. Advance that way. A trifecta box is the same way. You can pick 3 horses and box them in any order of the 3. Mm-hmm. 4 horses is any order. 1, 2, 3. Mm-hmm. You can do 10 horses. Right. You're paying a lot, but you're only winning on the one bet that you hit.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how that works. So what I like to do is bet on the favorite Luxor Cafe. If you want to bet, you want to bet $20 on Luxor Cafe, you could do that. The other thing you could do is you could do Luxor Cafe boxed with everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And then if Luxor Cafe finishes first or second, you win. And if he finishes first or second with a long shot in there, well, then that pays big.
Right.
So that's that's one way to do it. Like a 50-1 wins, and your favorite horse, Luxor Cafe, finishes second. All of a sudden, that's 50 times 14 is your bet. So that's a way to bet horses that are not exactly long shots that can, up your pay. It's the fun thing about the Derbies. You can have a $3 bet win $20,000 in the right. If you bet the right one, you hit that superfecta sometimes. If it's a little bit like quick pick. All right, fine. I got a 20-1, a 50-1, a 14-1, and a 7-1. Like that's going to pay. But again, like hitting that is tough. Derby day, good times. All right, $35 Derby deal at Batavia Downs. $5 mint juleps, including a commemorative glass. Am I going to go out and buy stuff to make mint juleps this weekend? Probably not.
Do it. By the way, Brian will be on live from Batavia Downs again. Reminder: 2 to 5.
2 to 5.
What do you, for the mint julep? You'll need.
If I remember correctly,
you need simple syrup.
Yes. You need simple syrup.
Yeah.
You're going to need mint to muddle,
obviously.
Yeah. And bourbon.
Yeah.
So Kentucky bourbon and simple syrup, which is not hard to make. You can just make that in a pot on your stove.
Yeah.
With sugar. 8 mint leaves, simple syrup, bourbon, and a mint sprig.
Okay. Love it.
Bourbon and mint.
It's good.
And sugar. I mean, don't drink too many. Be careful.
Especially with the sugar. Yeah, no.
Yeah, they can hit like a truck. All right. Extendo Sports coming up. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Yo, my name might have been Jerry if my dad had his choice.
Really?
Yeah. He wanted Jerome, and my mom wanted.
All right.
There we go. Why not?
Yeah, I've got something on this too. So go ahead.
He wanted Jerome, and I think my mom wanted Jeremiah. And they're like, all right, well, Jeremy. That's how it came to be. He wanted Jerome, so I was almost a Jerry.
Almost Jerome.
Almost.
Yeah, Jerome goes to Jerry every time, right?
I was almost a Jerry.
Okay.
And my mom called me Jeremiah all the time, no matter what. Whenever she's mad at me, not only mad, but she called me Jeremiah a lot. But the tone that was used on Monday, would have been a Jeremiah kind of tone at me.
Okay,
that would have been a Jeremiah if GM wants to use that next time.
Yeah,
Jeremiah.
If my dad had his way, at least this is how it's been told to me. My first name would be Bruno.
Jerry and Bruno.
Yeah.
I like it. What's wrong with Bruno? We don't talk about Bruno. There we go.
I don't know. I'm glad. I'm good with Joe.
You don't want to be a Bruno?
I'm good with Joe. No, not necessarily.
Well, if your name was Bruno, your life would have changed when Encanto came out the way that my life changed when Pearl Jam's Jeremy came out. And I saw that video. I thought, oh, well, this is now people are going to say this to me for the rest of my life. All right. What next?
19 years ago today, Sabres playoffs.
Yeah.
Game 6 win 7-1 over the Flyers.
That was a fun one. In Philly. Blow them out. Derek Roy hat trick?
Derek Roy hat trick is not correct.
Okay.
Derek Roy
4 points?
scored 1 goal. He had 4 points.
Okay.
Yes.
Derek Roy 4 points. I don't think
it went Greer, Kodalik, Roy, Pominville, Finneganov, Drury.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good.
Fun memories.
Yes, indeed. Derby Day. I'm ready. Give me my
Derby
Luxor
Day
Cafe.
Hey, great sports weekend then, because you got Derby Day and you just got a bunch of Game 7s.
Yeah.
On both sides, which is always great. The best Game 7 is probably... I think on the NBA side it's Nuggets-Clippers, but I'm a Nuggets fan, so it's bias.
There's one NHL game tonight, Jets-Blues, to see if the Blues can force Game 7.
That would be another one on Sunday if they win.
And then Saturday, Avalanche-Stars, Game 7.
That's going to be great.
Sunday, Blues-Jets, Game 7, if it gets there.
Yep.
Not bad.
Yeah. And it'll be raining all weekend, so...
Oof. Dodge the raindrops, try to play some golf. Try.
Yep. One sacrifice of the of Liverpool already winning the championship is also that the Premier League schedule is just basically
toast.
Although there might be a Champions League race, right?
Is there?
Yeah. Man City leading Forest and Chelsea by 1. All right, that's pretty good actually. And then Villa 3 back.
Yep. Meanwhile, the relegation...
And then everyone would love to see Manchester City just not be in Champions League next year.
It would be great. Relegation race is over.
The relegation race?
Yep.
Okay.
It's over.
That's not
There's a 15-point gap between 17 and 18.
Oh, yeah. That's
so
what happened.
It's over.
So that means Leicester City is one of the teams going down. 9 years ago today, they clinched the title at plus 500,000 odds.
Yeah.
Plus 500,000. What would I need to get to plus 500,000? Sabres to win the Cup and Bills to win the Super Bowl next year. Would that even be close? If I parlayed that.
No, probably not.
Not even close?
The league below, we know that Ipswich, Leicester, and Southampton are going down.
Mm-hmm.
I know Leeds is coming up, and Burnley is coming up, it appears. And then they do have a playoff, don't they? Where 3 to 6, someone in there wins it. Sheffield, Sunderland, Bristol City, and Coventry City. And Millwall's right on the outside. So is Blackburn Rovers and Middlesbrough. They got a big race there. But Leeds and Burnley appear to be safe. All right. Thanks, everybody, for calling, texting, tweeting, listening, sharing, commenting, chatting.
What a week.
What a week. Well, it's gonna be a heck of a next couple of months.
Yes.
As we, hey, whatever. Joe, it's been a great run.
Maybe we'll get some Sabres news next week.
Maybe the Amerks win the Calder Cup, and for the Bills, the next step is the schedule. Really, 12 days from the schedule, which will be fun, and leaks along the way and announcements along the way. We're back Monday morning. Cheers. Have a great weekend.